Stretch. How's it going? Been a couple days. I've been every time I go to stream, I'm just like, you know what? I should have a good sleep today. Always been a little bit too late for what I intended to do for my stream. So first things first, I'm gonna do a little bit of deck building. See if I can't get a second deck or like a third deck here ready to go to play with my buddies later. And I definitely have to redo my turtle deck eventually, my Archipelagos deck. But for now, oops. Let's see. What the fuck? And I think my friends were saying about 45 minutes. So for now, I will probably just work on the deck thing. I'll play a round or two with them, and then once that's done, I will go to HoloCure for a little bit. It's been a while. So the current deck I'm trying to make, that I decided on making was... Oh, I gotta throw up the little card thing. Oop. It's hard to see from the mirror in there, but it's gonna be Essica, God of the Tree, or Prismatic Bridge as my main commander. But not for any particular reason other than just being I wanted to have a 5-color deck for it. I'm gonna try to do a 5-color reanimate deck, and I basically just went through and snagged all of the good reanimate cards I could get and all the big targets that I had for reanimation. And I don't think this one should be too bad to cut down, because honestly it's really just gonna be like 20 to 25 creatures that I find as... I should turn this down just a touch, because I know I'm gonna have to contend with my buddies' talking volume, so... But, there we go. It was probably a little too loud earlier, but... yeah, 20-25 cards of good targets for reanimation, and cards that advance my want to reanimation, so... Things that mill me, things that draw cards, things that ramp. Particularly stuff that I was looking to do. I don't know if I actually want to put Ulamog in, because I don't want that graveyard shuffling effect. But these two are nice big targets to throw in. The real punishing stuff is, of course, the Praetors. Not the old ones, or sorry, the new ones as much, but they're still pretty good. I think I was planning to go with 3 of each. Oh, I can hear my phone ticking. Sorry, 1 second. Found the charger away from me. Yeah, and then stuff that's good for for, like, if I can get a turn 1 reanimation, it's Sire of Insanity. That would be the ideal one to get. So if I can, like, get a swamp, entomb Sire, then reanimate Sire, and just ruin everybody's day, would be the ideal one for it, which I should probably make sure I get the last couple cards I wanted here. Clicks. I want the old Warren Clicks, which is one of these guys, right? That is 1.4. One with the new border is... Oh, I didn't actually want Monstrous Hunter. I have one of Monstrous Hunters already. This one's 4.4. What's the old one? 0.9? Oh, Jesus. Get out of here. How's the new border? Is he cheaper? Nah, not really that cheaper, but the new border matches the rest of mine, so... Oh yeah, I've got all the other ones except for that one. Perfect. What's this new Leshnorn? Nah. Yeah, the flip ones, they're not quite ideal, but these ones are pretty annoying. Oh, I had that one? What the fuck? How much is that worth right now? 0.4. .2. Oh, maybe I'll grab a couple of those anyways. I have one of those on Arena, not this one. Oh, that Shouldred's worth a little bit. I'm not gonna get that. I do. Brask. What about this Vorplex? Nah. Yeah, it makes sense that the main runs are actually tradable for cash. Mother of Machines. That one. Ticks. So many versions and all the prices are all crazy. This Shouldred's still gotta be like 40 ticks, right? 24, not bad. I wish there was a good way to play this Vorinclex as a hate bear. Can't be worth that much, he's not. Got a Monstrous Raider already. Got another Schnorr, and I've got one of those ones. Cancel's a weird card. Raider's Grasp. I love the idea of like stealing my opponent's cards, so. Eben Praetor. That's funny. Remove a -2/-2 counter off of Eben Praetor if sack creature was a throw. Put a +1.0 counter. That's such a bizarre Stack of abilities. Creature, destroy each creature with the same mana value. Yeah, I think that's good. I've got all of the stuff I need, I think. How much is this Traxor right now? 0.5 ticks. But the new Atraxa. I don't even see the new Atraxa here. Am I crazy? Just not in stock right now? You know what? Those are okay for now. I just want to add. Gosh, that was loud. What the shiz? Keep that at 50, but whatever that noise was, gotta be an alert. Put that down to like 30. There we go. Card noises? What the fuck? Wait. What the fuck's going on here again? Did it lose because I tabbed out? What the fuck? Echo thing is so weird. Grand Cenobite, Jin-Gitaxias are both real good. Sheoldred's pretty good. As far as the new stuff goes, the Progress Tyrant's pretty good. Voice of Hunger is not new, but he's going in. Any of the other new ones I got want to go in? Haste, creature tapped. Not really. I think I kind of want this Urbrask to go in because it's a pretty cheap card. A 4/4 first strike's pretty good, and the ability to cast stuff from any graveyard is really strong. Gives me a lot of flexibility in the long run to get if I can get him on the backside. The costs to get him out shouldn't be too bad, I think, because I'll play a lot of pretty cheap spells for the most part. Now my nose got runny like immediately as soon as I started streaming. Off the top of my head, I can't think of many good choices to play. I'm not really normally a big like reanimator tax guy. That one's already in. Geth's probably actually worth it. You can go in. Yeah, I want Garuda in. fuck it, let's throw Jin in there too, why not? I can cut him later. Modrax, I'm not doing token stuff for the most part. I do have the Dominuses too, but I don't think they're particularly suited for this. Avison's pretty fun. In. Yes, A3O should be in. Arwen. Indestructible. Arena Rector. Should go in there for now. Blightsteel would be great, but I only have a couple specific situations that I would actually work in. Cavalier and Gales are both pretty good, actually. But maybe not good enough. Reader? It's not a terrible idea. Dragon Broodmother would get out of control pretty quick. Stack a bunch of gods in the deck. I probably do want to like reduce the amount of creatures I have in here total, specifically to let Essica do her thing more often than not. Gonna be like a couple of low cost and a lot of high costs, and then a lot of cards to cycle through them quickly. I'm just quickly taking a look if there's anything worth adding that I might have overlooked in my my quick fast browse through big targetable creatures. Yeah, I should probably try some exile target non-creature, non-land with mana value less than her power from a graveyard and copy it. One's top 4 cards of my library. Bloom's not bad. Exile thing. Was that a text? Maybe I can check on the app here. I think I'll have a minor legendary theme in there too to help play with Kethis some more. Exsheem is not a bad idea. It works on my stuff, right? Yeah, creatures I control. Horsemanship. Why do I have this? Where the fuck did that come from? I don't know when the fuck I got that. That just make fetches better? I don't know what that does. I don't know when the fuck I got that. What the fuck says that from Brothers War? Like a minor sacrifice theme too, just for right. Oh, Arena Rector and Academy Rector, Planeswalker and Enchantment. I didn't realize I had two of the Erectors. Oh, Agent of Treason, that's a fun one. Right, Keenan? How do you spell his name? Or something, right? They do not. Google. Keenan. Keenan. Add mana. What kind of creatures I got in here? Do I like that bird or this bird? I like this bird better. Yeah, Dockside's great. Not Noble Arc, but Arc. Yeah, fuck it. Stella, you can go in. Rizzo, why not? Just totally make it goofy. Bergie, yes. Extra mana. Bloom Tender, yes. Deathbloom Rituals is not a bad one, but it's crazy it's so expensive. The Defilers are, I am always thinking of a good way to play them in. I think in Commander, the only really ones you might want to play will be Defiler of Faith and Defiler of Dreams, because these just aren't good enough. Like the green one's actually pretty good. But the red and the black ones are kind of just barf. But they're both decent creatures, so maybe you got some stuff that works with it, but Fabro Elder. Ooh, Inga, there we go. I think that's probably good for mana dorks. Cast from graveyard. Want a couple guys to bring back from the grave easily. Sort by mana value. No. Return to battlefield. Battlefiend. I want something like that. Piston Skeleton might be the best, even though it's kind of expensive version of that effect. There's no sorcery time limit. I can do it on any turn. I don't even care if it comes back in tapped particularly. It's more just about a steady sacrifice source and the ability to bring something back. I think I'd be looking at about 2 meta tops for that effect, so maybe 3 if there was a really good one. Yeah, I think that's probably it there. Could get a Timeless Witness. Getting 2 of those is good. Oh, Edgar's not bad. Yeah, the vampires thing like barely matters, but I like that he's hard to keep killed essentially. Okay, yeah, that's good enough for now. See about mill. What cards can I throw in that do mill? Pains, Grindstone. Lily. Zombie spells isn't really what I'm looking for though. Angel Suffering's not too bad. Yeah, this felt like a perfect fit. The Palantir of Orthanc. That really kind of suited the deck that I wanted to go for here. I got Breach in there. It's not a bad basic creature. That's probably actually pretty good. That's 40 cards. I was like, whoa, when the hell did that happen like that? I never looked at that. I think that's good for once right now. Targeting myself with this does work, but it doesn't. The exile thing doesn't work for me. Oh, it's only each opponent, eh? Maybe that's not so bad. Traumatize myself? No. Bad idea. I don't have a particularly good number of ways to give flashback to all my stuff, though. I think I'll keep what's there like it is for now. I'll just try to cut this down. So, I'm looking for something like portfolio, but targeting myself. Folio. I don't have folio? Damn. Folio. That works on the opponents, but I do want one of them. I don't want it for this deck, but I want one in my list anyways. Okay. let me look at the lands now. Cool, obviously. Good for getting my fixing in. Cavern of Souls, no good. Mana Confluence. You want legendary lands, though. Get all my fetches in. All my opponent lands. Academy is banned? Yeah, I figured it's too good. Fetches. Fetches. Man, this game's got such good fucking music. Castles aren't legendary, eh? Oh, Bondir is legendary. Field of the Dead's not legendary? That's shocking. Hey, you know what? It's not that shocking. I remember standard with that card. Fetchable targets. Legendary. Fetch. Heck 2, mine's Moria? What the fuck? Nick those? You know, I always liked Profane Profession, but I hate that the ability's so expensive, and then you're just bringing back stuff that you exiled. But there is uses, and it's any creature, no restrictions, so it's very strong. But oh, opponent. Well, that just randomly changed songs. I already got Scalding Tarn there? I guess I do. Shiza. Event. Spectator seating, let's go. Put all my shock lands in. Temples. World Tree. Target land is interesting. Doesn't have to be my land to do that, so I could still use that. The thing is, my deck is definitely tilted towards black a little bit, so like I wouldn't say completely, but definitely fairly heavily. Land on the battlefield. I think that's better than Thespians, but what the fuck? Oh, scattered groves. Get the fuck out of here. That's funny. The teeth? Oh yeah, because I got failed passage in there. Alright. Dryland. Should grab a, like a wasteland or an ancient tomb as well while I got a second here. The Grey Havens. That's pretty good for this deck. Get stuff in my graveyard. Let's go. Of course. Let's go with one of the Phyrexian looking ones. I really quite like the portal ones. They're cool looking. I like the idea of the portals like popping open in all sorts of random places. Why not? I'll throw some snow ones in. Fill for now. Legendary. What do we got for legendaries? Academy runes. Playable actually. Baldur's Gate. Nah. Enchantments. Not a bad idea. I don't think I'm playing that many enchantments, but there are definitely certain enchantments that could be good with. I like. Mine's Moria is fine. Nykthos will probably get me some good land too. Ooh, Surveil. Yeah. This can't, you're not a land, but you're going in. Teferi's Isle. It's an interesting setup. Double mana every other turn, basically. Urborg, Yevmaya both go in. Grey Havens, I got in there. Great Hall. Such a sick, crazy looking boss. Vibrating is freaky though. Okay. 75 lands, way too many. Okay. I'm doing 5 colors, so I gotta be a little bit more particular here. These are fetchables, these are golds, duals, and monocolors. The opponent lands basically going to be my main source of duels. Minamo! Oh yeah. Phenomena. far. Did not take any white value lands. Funny, but not surprising. The best one is like unplayable in Commander because of bans. I have 10 fetches. I probably don't need Fatal Passage. Did I miss? I did. I missed Bayou. What the fuck? As far as Triomes go, that's probably going to hit the least things. And then I'd say probably hit blue more than anything else, but I think if I play any Triomes, they both need to have black in them, so play like that, and let's just do basics. Cut the swamps, cut these two Triomes. I don't think it's worth playing the opponent lands. Mount Doom does not count towards those, though. Cut the opponent lands. Let's see. Urborg, Yavimaya, World Tree should both go in. That helps a lot for fixing. Mines of Moria, debatably. I think Rivendell's on the weaker side. Shire too a little bit, but Mount Doom's pretty good. Same thing with Shizo, Barad-dûr. Probably cut. So let's keep these three. What about here? Command Tower, it's just free. Forbidden Orchard, I can cut. Mana Confluence, I can probably cut. Nykthos probably is going to be pretty heavy on black. Keep Reflecting Pool. Grey Havens, it's kind of a dud on the opening, so go like that. Cut these. Definitely over by like 10 cards here, but I don't think that's going to be the end of the world. Easy to cut down afterwards. If anything, I think Vesuva is the one I would keep. Academy Ruins has the most use. The rest of these two I don't think are that useful. Let's go like that. And then it's really like, do I just cut all of those to keep all of these? That's probably going to be the case, because still get all my fixing. Got enough basics to cover people popping my lands. Got 2 or 3 of my main colors in there with Urborg and Yavimaya. And a couple other fixing cards. That's probably a pretty good plot there. Okay. Quickly make a copy of this deck. And I will start quickly chopping this down real fast. See how people are looking. Thank you for the ad, Steve. Don't mind that. That's Brandon sending me more games he's suggesting me to play. So I'm like, I don't think I can play that one online, buddy. But creatures. Let's see here. So Ulamog Infinite, shuffle you back in. Get out. Big fluffing targets here. Guys. Let's see. Persistent Assessment, Bird's Paradise, Shaman, that, Snapcaster, this, Render. So far, Grandmaster. I was thinking purely about the return it to my hand effect. I don't think it's worth it. Priest of Fell Rights, sack it, pay life, return creature to battlefield, activate. Not bad. That's a very good effect. And then I can unearth him and do it again. Flying lifelink 1/3. Each permanent you control that is legendary has ward 2. So I'm gonna put that in the legendary stuff pile. The legendary 2-drop. A decent way to sack it, get in the graveyard. It's the fact that it's an enchantment and not a sword like the Geist of Saint Traft one is a little bit rough. Yeah, I don't think that one's worth it. I don't cast that much from my graveyard. Graveyard, exile them instead. Can't be the targets of spells or abilities. This is kind of like a self nerf. I'm gonna keep it over there for now. Lavinda, I wasn't sure how useful that would be. Faithbound Judge can go. Got the win con on it, but only for one player, so. Emery, I think, should stay. Doesn't count. Jace's Archivist. It's a nice way to get some mills there. It's not shuffle, so I like that. Sacrifice guys. Let's put that over here by Absent. So these like big 7-drops as like my target. So sacrifice guys, sacrifice guys, sacrifice guys. Target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Yep, that's revival, so that there like that. Lily. Discard, return non-legendary card mana value X from your graveyard to the battlefield. I like the alt, obviously, and the -X is not terrible, but it's not super great, so I'm just gonna put her under like high value. Bergie, discard exile is not terrible, but her mana cantripping is probably going to be the best thing. So let's just put that into useful. Kethis is useful, Uro is good, and Dork. Purple Duty is Mana Dork, a legendary, and roll for gamble. Put it on good. Halo Forger actually seems like kind of essential in this deck because cast it for 3, then like recast Animate from my graveyard, whoop, and then get an Animate. Aetherios also super good. Rector, I'm not sure how good. Same thing with Arena Rector. I'd like to try to get the two of these to work sometime. So if I can mill Gisela and then bring in Bruna, I can bring Gisela back out and then they can fuse at the end step. So they're both going to go in. And I'll put her under the reanimation target. Vindicator could probably go. Don't need a quad white or black one. Mirala Mimic's just good. Shima. Good. Urza's just good. That's just purely like 2 sacrifices. Hand Slicer probably isn't really that interesting. Washi is kind of a slow bring back guy. Okay. Buddies should be ready pretty soon. But I'll continue trying to cut this down quickly. Exile a target non-creature, non-land card with mana value less than her power from a graveyard and copy it. I like that ability so much. She's just fun. Mela. Interesting. I like the return stuff. I like the mana boost for casting. And it hits a legendary creature too. Inga is a mana fixer and draw cards. Radiant. Lifelink doesn't matter. Beginning your upkeep, exile instant sorcery banned from your graveyard. Cast it this turn. If spell cast this way, would be put into your graveyard. Exile it instead. Debatably how many spells I have to cast that's useful. Obnixilis, which is good. There's a, I don't know if I'm playing the trick with him, so I'm just gonna put him over there. I like the sacrifice stuff from Mogus. Discard a card to cast a creature spell from your graveyard. I like that. That's super important. If you can cast your head against haste. Whenever you cast a copy instant or sorcery spell, return target non-legendary creature card from your graveyard to your hand. I think that's pretty strong. Sometimes casting the backside's not terrible either. Urabrask. Interesting and just good. Joda. I'm probably not casting stuff in my hand. Garth. Probably not worth it. Rankle. Sacrifice treasures. Pretty good creature. Go over there. Hirigetsu is just value. But I'm not running the Knights either, so I don't think it's strong enough, and my top cards aren't going to be that good. Let's go with Scarab God is yes. It's target player mills, so I could target myself, which is good. Damn it. Is it Sorcery Flashback? I really want that. Turgid's just stupid. least. I don't think Glamia is versatile enough for Commander, but I don't have enough raw cast stuff from my graveyard spells either. But I like that it's another Entomb. It's not a bad body, but I'll cut it easier right now. Lear is a yes. She's kind of important for cheating stuff in. I think I could run Jingutaxius. Draw a card if I cast big spells. I don't do that too many times. Flip him only when I have 7 cards in hand. Roman Phyrexians. Not a bad way to like raw cast some of these guys. Karmic Guide. Yeah, that's essential. Wormcoil is just a good body. Bloodthroat is kind of like a really good body. Same with that one. That's a target. That's a target and great. Charmbreakers I think is kind of essential too. I'll put that in the big target. Massacre Worm. I'm gonna cut you. You're just too good. I love the Encore. I don't think Obnixilis is easy enough to play around to get his ability to matter, so I'm gonna cut him. Grave Titan's just theming Gourmand. It's not a bad one. I like the idea of get out for cheap, but yes. Good for the mill stuff. I like it. It's just good though. Rune Demon and Sun Titan are good targets for the big stuff. I think Turgid's good enough to just stick around even with a few sacrifice triggers. That's just so perfect. You know, Rankle can go with that, Mogus can go with that. That's perfect for her. That one can get cut. Draw a card or sack a creature. Okay, that's good enough for those guys. I'm gonna cut Derek. Maybe keep Thoptrix for now. But Inga for the turning creatures into mana rocks. Carmella for returning cards and stuff. I don't know if Narset's gonna be good in this deck. I'll cut her for now. Their Hall Mimic. The very few cards. Doesn't say enchant to a creature I control, so I'm gonna keep Mirror Hall Mimic, Halo Forager, Bird, Archivist, Emery, Loom Tender, Bayborough are like perfect together. Okay. Emery, Gamella, Inga. Roxa castable. If I've milled enough, I don't have to. It's a non-specific return to the battlefield. It's very good. We'll draw with that. Very good. Requirement guide. Great. Beer. Maybe. But I think it's probably going to be good. Archpriest I like. That. Painter goes in. Tawashi's maybe a little too slow. Aethrio stays. Priest of Elrite stays. Geth isn't gonna kill a bunch of my dudes, is he? 3, 4, 5. Oh, I'll kill 5 of my creatures. That's not the worst. Geth again. It's from opponent stuff and some mill things for them. Massacre Worm, Worm Coil. Yeah, that's too tight to fit, I think. Obnixilis, I don't know what you're doing in here. I'm gonna put you in. This is like too good to not do. Director's in for now. Sakashima, that version at least is out. Fergie might be a little too narrow too, but Lily. Oh. Worm and Worm, you're out. Goodbye. I think Kozilek and Ulamog are maybe a little too cute. Yep. You're like our artisan of Kozilek though. It's like getting 2 for 1. It's pretty decent. Especially if I choose something that's like a non-legendary, then I can get a legendary back with that one. Hello, how's it going? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Nice, I can hear you as well. What's she up to right now? Just looking at Steam games?
Kinda, yeah. I bought 2.
Oh yeah? Which ones?
Yeah. The Faith.
Okay, yeah.
And let me find it. I think it's called Buddy Simulator 1994 or something.
Buddy Simulator, okay.
I'll show you it.
Yeah, send me a link. I'm gonna smoke, so I'm still listening.
Okay.
I decided to make a 5-color reanimate deck.
Oh, Steam crashed. And did you press again? No. It apparently does not like that. Every time I try opening it up, it crashes Steam.
That's funny. Very
Very good for a horror game.
Very scary. Very scary.
Very fitting. Crashing my game as I try to open it up. Makes it slightly hard to play.
Did you get World of Horror?
World of Horror, I don't have it, no, but I know it.
Yeah, it's the one we played a couple times, like
Yeah.
via chat.
That weird,
choices.
like Japanese, like classical
yeah.
horror thing. Yeah.
Pretty cheap, and like it's open source for people to mod, so you can definitely get a lot of like fun scenarios and stuff in it.
Enhanced ad privacy in Chrome.
What? Oh yeah, you opened a Chrome tab now. I didn't quite get it, but I'm like, you know what? More choices to limit what ads get for me is good. So
From my understanding, what it says, it's basically monitoring what you're looking up, and it will put similar ads.
yeah, which made me laugh. I was like, oh, you weren't doing that already? Like, I know you can opt out of some of it, but I'm like, I was assuming that it still did to an extent. Like,
Turning all of those off. Paste ads on your browser history. This setting is off. Paste ads on your activity on site. This setting is off. Fashion advertisers can understand how ad perform. This setting is off. Does it do anything? No. Makes me feel slightly better? Slightly.
I think I mentioned it to you before, but I've been blocking every single promoted tweet that shows up on my Twitter timeline.
Really?
Yeah. Every single one that shows up, I block it if I notice it. It's been like, I don't know, I think I've had blocked at least 1,000 now. But I'm starting to get the really weird, like, leftover ads of, like, random people that are, like, putting it, like, hey, who wants to come to my barbecue on Saturday? Promoted tweet. 2 views kind of thing.
What the fuck? Okay.
Like the leftover ads that nobody looks at anymore. But and also lots and lots and lots of crypto is what's left. So, but it's pretty funny to me. But yeah, good.
I was watching a 3D printed thing. Somebody making a 3D printed thing or something like that. I can't remember what it was yesterday. Yep. And the video opened with them saying, "Oh, we're starting our own NFTs." I'm like, "Oh God."
Yeah, that's a.
The video was a year old. I was like, "Oh God, that aged poorly."
I think there's a couple things I haven't blocked on there yet. It's been a couple movie companies, and like a backpack that I want to buy eventually. So I'm like, won't block their ads. So it'll be like the 5 companies that I enjoy the ads for, and I'll just never block. Buddy Simulator 1984.
Hello, Life.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. 1984. Can't remember much about that year.
Same.
Yeah.
You weren't even born.
Our primordial memories.
Oh, that was 10 years before I was born, so.
before I was born as well. Okay. Do you feel like playing today?
I
Yeah,
don't
I
know.
was thinking about that too. I have a bunch of application install. Okay.
Oh yeah, there was a weird
Yeah.
big update. It like fucked my client up. I had to do a full restart, uninstall, run a bunch of things to make sure it cleaned the data off, and then when I reinstalled it, it worked fine. But
Really?
yeah, I don't know what was going on with it. I even sent in a ticket and stuff, but like they're doing something with the websites right now. So like the Midgo Daybreak form was like offline or something. So I had to send it through one of their other games support forums, and then they replied and said, "Hey, go here." And I was like, "Oh, that didn't really work the first time, but I solved it on my own, so don't worry about it, I guess."
Did they say they fixed the Nylea bug?
I don't think so. I haven't looked. Or I couldn't look at the forum, so I can't tell you for sure.
That's the only thing I
Nylea
care
bug?
about.
What bug was that?
The one where she can't.
You
Her
couldn't actually bring a card to your hand.
like her cost reduction works, but the pay 3 to look at the top 3 cards and take a creature didn't
Oh.
work or whatever. Yeah.
Yes, the mono green god.
Yes. Yeah.
Who knew I'd be a mono green player?
You got like 6 mono green decks.
I have a few mono green decks now.
I
Terrible, terrible person.
can hear myself from somewhere. What the fuck?
Why do you hate the forests? Aren't forests beautiful?
They make nice bogs for swamp land, I guess.
That's
They're
true.
nice when you use an herborg to turn them into swamps. Yeah. Nope, Theo, what you doing?
Don't want to play.
Still deciding?
I'm looking over my deck list and it's like, it looks fun.
Hmm.
It looks normal people fun.
Normal people fun. Okay.
Not my kind of fun.
I decided I'd make this 5-color reanimator the U kind of fun, so I'm trying to tune it to be as rude as possible.
I'm not rude.
No, you're not rude, but this deck
I'm
will
fair.
be rude. It'd be totally fair when I turn 1 Sire of Insanity.
Done that.
Before anybody else gets to play cards. That's
Not
like
Tire of
that.
Insanity. I did what's your face? The one where you have protection from a color and you can't
Yeah.
to mono red deck burn.
That's funny. Just scoop and
Andrew
start
was
over,
not
basically.
happy. Yeah.
That's, the appropriate move, I think, in that case. As much as I want those in, I'll cut them.
Screw it, I'll try this deck.
This deck.
+10 turns. No, in fact, X turns infinite loops or Landis.
Oh, you're looking at the games on there?
No, no partners. So no
Well, I have some
companions
decks
in the
that meet
background.
that criteria.
Fast play, 6 to 8, have fun. WinCon, Divine Intervention.
Intervention. What is that?
I don't know. No, I'm sure offhand. I'd have to look it up. I can't remember it offhand. I'm sure it's a meta card. I'm sure they don't mean literal Divine Intervention.
Everybody else disconnected. I won. Yeah.
Oh, it's this card. Oh, I remember this card. It's the only card that draws the game. It has to last 2 turns on the battlefield. It's an 8-mana enchantment. So it has 2 counters on it, and at the beginning you remove counter. And if there's no counter on it, the game is a draw.
Huh.
I remember that card.
Why? That's pretty funny though. Who
Play
can
with that thing that stops you from getting counters on things.
Oh yeah. Just instantly put it in and win. Yeah.
The White Slimity or whatever it's called.
Yeah, I know which one you're thinking of.
The one from Amonkhet.
Death Mantle stays. Sort of future, sort of body.
Okay, we're good to go.
Need 5 seconds just to cut it. I'm not going to play with this deck right now. I'm not close to cutting it down yet, but I've cut another section of cards down, so I'm bored with it. Let's see. Whoa. Oops. Oh yeah, I'm in a new install. A bunch of stuff changed. This is like super strong, medium strong.
Medium strong?
Okay.
No. Yes, medium strong.
I think all our decks are always around the same power level.
No, I definitely have levels in mind. Like I have decks I've never won with, and I have decks that are constantly a pain in the ass. So I'm gonna try the Nazgul one again, since I never really even got one on the field last time. Whoops. Let me. Oh right, message is gone. New message time. Play. Whatever. Have fun.
Sure. Took me a while.
We get on the computer, or like a computer is updated enough, did we get Timberborn? Like a video game?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, you guys good?
I'm ready.
Good.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go. See that one loft, Cleo? Get it.
What's Timberborn?
Timberborn. What?
Survival game.
It's a game where you play as a town of beavers, isn't it?
I have no idea. You looking up games? Oh, the chat window is missing. Whoa! Oh, there you go.
I would like to play first.
Yeah, this is the game I'm thinking of. I've seen a real civil engineer play it, so that's why I know it.
What is it?
It's a base building game where you play as beavers trying to dam up water and try and make a city.
That's
Cool.
pretty fun. Yeah. Osei, Penitent Warlord. Enchanted, equipped, and has a counter on it. Whenever Kosei deals combat damage to opponent, you draw that many cards. And then deal damage. Oh. Neat. The cool, like, Ultron commander, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's so many commanders. Oh my god.
I'll keep this. This is a pretty good start for sure.
Slow, but fine. Game turn 1.
Oh yeah, I gotta like turn on my stops and stuff that all got removed. I was hoping it was smart and like gosh.
Oh, because I have Viscera Sierra up.
Yep.
I was hoping that it like tied my menu choices to the account and not to like my computer. So it's like, oh, I just log in on another computer and it remembers my yield settings and stuff, but no. I feel like Edgar Markov at worst is like 7+ a little bit of scariness.
Oh yeah? You'd say that I should rate this deck as minimum 7?
Minimum 7, yeah.
Okay, well then it's probably an 8.
Yeah, exactly. Like, if you have like
Okay.
a modicum of good cards in a land base, it's like an 8 by default. So, which I got a lot of colors on here.
See, and I guess, I don't know, like, to me I consider like my Aloro CEDH as maybe an 8. And I thought that was more of like, supposed to be like geared towards that, whereas I was never clear on whether Vampires was considered a competitive deck.
I don't think he quite gets to competitive level.
He's not competitive, but he's strong.
Yeah, but like it's so easy just to
So
play. Like,
definitely an 8, not a 9.
yeah, he's not a 9 or a 10, but he's like a 7 at minimum if you play even 20 vampires in that deck. Like, it's just so easy to run over people with. Like, the one good thing is that they don't come in with lifelink or death touch or flying or something like that.
Not yet.
Yeah, exactly, right? But the other vampires take care of that, but
Oh god, he has graft.
what does that do? Whenever a creature enters the battlefield, it permanently has a +1 counter. Oh,
Graft is an Golgari ability from like the original Gatecrest set.
Hmm.
So every time a creature enters the battlefield now, he's going to be asked if he wants to do that.
Even for other people's stuff, I guess
It's whenever a creature.
I suppose if he gets to remove it off of there, is that going to be able to stop that choice, or is he always going to have to ask it?
As soon as it's off, it's if this has a count, if this land enters with it, and you can move it. So it has no counter.
When you
Sorry?
when you guys attack with your first creature,
Huh?
I feel like the AI has changed now.
I don't
What do
know
you
if I
mean?
have to look at it.
I think they like made these red boxes.
Oh, like better?
I think it's much more obvious that there's something being highlighted on the screen.
So when I opened it up yesterday, because I was tinkering with some decks, I looked at the client and I was like, it looks a little better than it did before, and I don't know if that was just me being like fucking blind or something, but I was like, some of these corners look a little bit cleaner, and like there's some angles I didn't notice before. I have no clue if that's just me noticing shit, but it was definitely like, oh, yeah, there's some stuff here now. I assume they've just been doing some very minor changes, but
I have no idea. Hey, I have a deck with him.
yeah, it's good.
First-
It's very good in
he's-
the mass deck.
This one I would say is like, I would consider this a CEDH because of how, I don't know, easy the combo is to assemble.
Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, it's not. He's not my commander though, so I don't put him in that.
Oh.
He's just got.
That's definitely more fair.
Yeah, he's just a good interaction with the MS stuff. So friends. Politicking in the background there.
I don't know what you're talking about. I just wanted a 7/7.
This target opponent creates 2 through 3 things. Yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty good 2-drop. Jesus.
It's a sideboard card for old school 8-rack. Because
just
people
have
would side in
some-
like the
some-
Leyline of Sanctity against you, right?
Right.
So you can target them with the discard. So you play a Haunted Horn, you can't target them to give them the black. You can't give them the Centaur tokens.
Oh, that's pretty funny. The first roommate I moved in with here was like he kind of got back into Magic because I played a little bit, and he got really into 8-rack as like a cheap deck to get into kind of thing.
Yeah.
He's
so
like-
angry with Brandon right now.
Why?
Because of 7/7.
Pro black creatures are irritating to you?
Because I can't play my Planeswalker because there's 2 3/3 Centaurs with protection from black on the battlefield now.
Oh yeah. Just swing in with 3 guys. You can do
No,
it.
he wants to be able to block his Planeswalker, but he
I
can't
won't be able to
block.
block and I won't be able to block them at all.
That's funny. I didn't notice the pro black on him. That's pretty spicy actually.
That's the hunted things. They give them protection
Yeah.
of the color of the hunted creature.
Yeah. And he would try to like tune it up and play all sorts of things in there to make it a little better. And I don't think I ever lost a match we played with my dragons deck still. That thing's flying? No, it's gonna. Yeah, it's.
No, it's just
Just a 3/1. That could kill
just a
you.
3/1.
Or drop.
Testing your devotion to Obnixilis.
I mean, if he's doing good, I'll keep him out.
Is he? He hasn't done much.
Well, I mean, it's only been 1 turn cycle. I was kind of hoping that Leaf would get to hit a couple people with his 1/1s, and I'd get a bunch of tokens and impulse draws off of him. It's a good Cleo. What's up,
Brandon.
kitty cat?
Stop that cold.
Yeah, there was not fixes out there. I'd stop it.
Taking a centaur hit. Thing. Five. Yeah. Oh wait, never mind. All I can do right now. Continued to draw lands, so I'm kind of sitting for at least another turn or 2. Yep. go
I
for
didn't
his
get the +1/+1
commander.
counter.
Oh yeah. Here he goes for his commander next turn and equips it and then throws the counter on it. Oh wait, draft only works if they would already come in with a counter? Oh no,
No.
it's just enters the battlefield at all. Okay.
Like, you didn't block?
7? Damn.
Well, he's got trample, right? Like,
Oh, that's true. He
Oh,
does have
does it?
trample. I forgot about that.
it's not so beneficial for me to just like, oh, I'll take 6 and lose a creature.
Kind of forgot about that too. Yeah.
If I had a white, next time he tries that, hopefully he'll have a plains.
Shit.
Gave me a card. Thank you.
You get a card? Oh, you can play it to the next step. So you
Yes.
lost your Call of the Ring.
He lost to Call the Ring. Ooh, tough one.
What? I didn't even see it.
It's in your
Oh, it's a little
that's-
It's
tiny
in your
thing.
exile zone.
I see.
But I think he can just play it whenever.
It's till
Yeah,
the
it's
end of the
on-
next end step.
My next end step.
You're next. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, yep. You ding yourself with damage?
The forge, battlefield forge.
To
get red?
Okay. I see. They look Wraith. I don't know if I'm going to play that, but we'll see.
The fuck is that thing? No.
Do you have any humans to sacrifice for it? Or just purely to keep it indestructible?
Let me attack with both.
Maybe, I don't. Is Mother of Runes a human?
Yes, I think so.
Mother of
That
Runes is a
doesn't
human.
seem like a good trade in most situations. But
Probably
Wait.
not, no.
Can't believe you do that to me.
Right after you domed him with
7 for
yeah.
7 for 7.
To be fair, I didn't realize it had trample.
And I can't attack into Paul's creature, and I can't attack. I guess I can attack with Falconwrath Aristocrat. I can do that to Alcibiade.
It
But-
applies, yeah.
But yeah, other than that, I can attack on the ground. And I attacked Paul the first time with Asylum Visitor, but now Ob's getting all swole.
Beefy Obnixilis grow larger. Laugh and grow fat.
I've got my yields on. If you're gonna board wipe or kill something, let me know so I can potentially
Can't be
sacrifice it.
blocked, separate creatures flying or reach can't be the target of spell. Ooh. Sort of hexproof. Like, only opponents but Shroud. Just dome me again. Can't do much about that. Thank you, Pro Black.
He's got you twice with the centaur. He doesn't
Yeah,
like your
well,
deck.
He's
Well, I
friends
guess
with
you're.
Brandon, so.
I guess we're all pretty close.
Yeah, we're
So
not
what's
too
the
far
deal?
off right now. Let's
It's got sort of hexproof.
yeah, it's like Shroud, but only for opponent stuff, more specifically.
Some would call it hexproof.
Yeah, that's. I was like, I think there's still technically a difference from hexproof, but
What is?
maybe not for a canopy cover though.
Yeah, I guess that's true. You'd think they would update the card if it was the case.
What do I want? My commander's just good. But Call of the Ring is really strong. Get in here. Everything I can cast right now, so.
Who am I listening to?
I don't have a swamp, Paul, so haha.
Oh, I got Urborg in here somewhere eventually.
Shit.
What up?
Swamp Rock.
Ah, yeah. It's only a 2/2. Very expensive 2/2.
I mean, it's not really its life loss so much as the triggered ability.
Yeah.
I hate discarding cards, as you both know.
But then you also don't draw sometimes when they're like, you're like, I've got 6 cards, I've got plenty. It's like, okay. Without flying or reach can't.
Well, I would
block
if
creatures of power
I had no
2 or
maximum
less.
hand size, I'd draw in those situations. I'm not gonna draw just a discard.
Oh. It's that.
What do you have the
So
deck
it's-
on the card?
It's that your hate of discard overrides your want for more cards.
Exactly.
I get it.
You're attacking me with a 2/2 lifelink.
You can't block.
How come?
My other commander.
Flanking.
Not playing the other second ability.
Oh, yes, yeah. For some reason I thought he gave his stuff flanking too, which would be pretty good against Leaf's deck.
Why does he keep attacking me, Paul? I don't understand.
He's friends with the other guy right now. They hit the... For the moment, at least.
I have a weird card in my hand that I've never really used before.
Sweet, those are the best. That's partially why I made this deck, because I wanted to play a bunch of weird cards I never play.
I don't freaking know what to do in this situation.
Keep making vampires and keep making vampires. Are there more hunted cards like that?
There's a cycle, one for each color.
Neat. I'm gonna look them up.
Hunted Troll's also good.
That's
This
the
one,
first
this one's
thing I
probably the
see.
best. Hunted Horror. There's Hunted Troll, which is a 4-mana one.
Oh yeah, I see.
You get an 8/4 that is pro or regenerate. There's a red one, Dragon, which I think gives them 4 knights.
3/2/2 knights with first
3
strike.
knights, okay.
That seems
and-
just like shit, actually. The hunted dragon.
Yeah, that one's not good. The white one is a Griffin or something.
Lamasu.
I don't know.
Flying
then,
5/5 4 mana creates a 4/4 black horror.
Nah.
The
And
black
then
one seems like the best.
black one's the best, green one's the second best, and the rest suck. The blue one is like a phantasm or something.
Yep. 100 Phantasm, 4/6 Spirit, unblockable, and opponent gets 5 1/1 goblins. I mean, that one's not too bad either. You can easily block the goblins.
Chip.
Is he coming for you finally?
Yep.
Yeah, Phantasm, Troll, and Horror seem pretty good. Lamasu!
So after this discard a card,
Okay, too. I have
or
no
he
clue
draws
what his
cards.
command was. I think he draws cards.
Yeah.
And we all take the same amount of damage.
Yeah. We put a number on it too. God damn it. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can kill that, but I don't have good cards for it right now, so we'll see. He tempts me, eh? Let's make legendary can't be blocked with creatures by greater power. Extra card, blah 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 blah.
Yes, the
Let's
7/6
put it
is gonna have a lot bigger creatures.
Yeah, I'll put it on the little guy for now.
Yeah.
I will take your life and draw a card, sure. Ooh, that's a fun one actually. Okay, let's play that land. Yeah, I can do it. Okay.
Ooh.
Oh, why would you do that?
Just to speed this up a little bit. Look at him. He's got.
Why would you attack him? He doesn't have swamps.
Because he can't block with his 3/3s. So if he wants to block, he's got to block with his Arbor Elf.
Why can't you block his 3/3s?
Because it's got Skulk, essentially, from the ring.
Oh, it's the ring bearer. Okay, I thought Obnixus
Yeah.
was the ring bearer.
No. It makes my stuff legendary, so I have a couple things that care about that, but...
They didn't change the art on the card.
For which card?
In Arena, when your creature is the ring bearer, they changed the frame to give it the
The legendary.
the legendary design.
They
Yeah,
used to.
Nico's kind of lazy for
They
that,
used
doesn't
to.
it? Really?
Yeah.
Well, the Odilic Wraith has yet to be updated.
I'm upset.
Rune of Might. Because you don't got a token yet?
No, I'm set to Stildred.
I know. Because you don't got a token to toss under it yet.
I don't make tokens.
Wasn't Tim to make tokens?
No,
Oh, it
it's
doesn't.
me draw cards.
Oh.
Those cards.
I see. You can toss that Hunted Horror out, right?
What's he gonna pick?
Ooh, yeah.
Ooh, flanking.
Yeah, that's a good one. What you gonna pop? One of the Umbras?
It might be the canopy cover if he attacks me.
Mm. And the Tree Folk Umbra is gonna be a pain in the ass with the like defense attack that it's got.
Butt strike.
Yeah. What's a good word for that? Butt strike, I guess.
Well, fire breathing increases attack. The one that gives toughness, I think, is I can't remember what they called it.
Oh no, the one that toughness
Attacks for
assigns combat damage. Yeah. backhand. At least Leaf's got infinite tokens to sacrifice to Shoulder.
Yeah, you monster.
Calatus,
Yeah.
that's pretty good. Calatus and Shoulder, it's a fun combo.
Alki Blade, kill us.
I feel like I'm gonna take a hit here either way, so I think I can still block his thing though.
Nope, you have to block with flying.
Yeah, no, Ob
Right.
can fly, but
But you get to reanimate on your turn.
yeah.
Goodbye, Arbor Elf.
Yeah, Arbor Elf is what I figured he'd go for.
Centaur token. Centaur token.
I'd be happy if those go too.
It's gonna be Arbor Elf. There's no way the token.
Yeah, Arbor Elf for sure. Does Leaf's Shieldred did it? What?
No, Leaf gets the zombie token.
Oh, but it says Shieldred
Yeah.
made the zombie token? That's funny.
Well,
Yes,
Shield
Miko's-
technically did make the zombie token.
That's true, technically, yeah. But Miko's log is drunk all the time.
Can somebody make Shielder like an artifact creature or an enchantment creature?
Maybe.
Like now?
He could make it a god if he wanted to.
It's not just creature you control.
Nope. Target creature. Legendary creature.
Whenever you cast a spell that targets a creature you control, draw. Oh my gosh.
Oh,
No.
oh he
What?
can riff Obnixilis? Oh, because he can't fly
Oh.
then.
Oh.
Rude. And I was gonna
Didn't
try
see
to
that
kill me.
coming.
I figured he was gonna do something, but I was ready to throw Obnixilis under the bus there, so.
Oh, will you throw Shieldred under the bus?
I mean, I can't block anything, right? Even if you
Well, I
decide
can
to
make it so
swing
you
with-
block it.
Oh, if you wanted to do that, you could.
What?
Said if you wanted to do that,
If
I
Shielder
would.
dies. So you're taking 8 here,
shoot.
and we're taking 8 too.
Wait, I'm taking 11.
No,
No, you can
Object
jump.
was just green.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. I could block it. That's funny. Yeah.
I don't know if he's got a combat trick, but you can block.
Why does it make a noise when I like mouse over the?
Probably because your sound settings have all been
Yeah.
maybe they're reset too.
Drop the overall sound to like 15 or something. There we go. Reach, yeah. Let's see, get somehow.
Oh, that kills Shieldred. If it doesn't, that kills Paul next turn.
You gonna double block?
He doesn't need to double block. It could.
I'll just throw Obnixilis under the bus there, and I'll take the hit from the centaur.
Shit. Didn't think of that, but okay.
You didn't think of that?
It's not the best play of my time.
I would have double
exiled.
blocked, or else
No,
at
Calidus.
least block the centaur.
Well, I was gonna
But I'm biased.
block. I was gonna block both, but I was like, oh, I can save Shieldred, and then alright, Cal just fucking exiles Omnixilus.
Yep.
Did he play it? Oh, he didn't. Okay. Sitting on the stack waiting. But yeah, if I memorized that properly, I probably would have done the double block there.
I mean, keeping your Shieldred is very strong.
Yeah, but I thought I was gonna get Omnixilus back, which is stronger.
Oh yeah.
Getting it back so means I should have probably
But
just
I'm-
double blocked it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it can still be the ring bearer. Yes, I need more cards here. That chance at death. Okay. I'm a commander. Gets me an army, but they're all black, so it's not super great. Ring tempts me further.
You don't have a lot of life left.
Yeah, but you can just about kill me right away anyways, and I need like an answer, so I gotta dig. Not worried about yours or Brandon's at this exact moment, so
Did they make 9 different artworks?
Yep. I have all 9 different ones too.
Cameron says they're worth money in paper.
Definitely, yeah. Especially like I mentioned the foils or the fancy expanded arts or something.
I sold 4 foil commons for like $13.
That's pretty good for commons, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Damn it. That's not a bad card, but it's not gonna help me with 2 mana.
Well, you're already up. You're already up
Maxed
to
out.
stage 4.
Hit him and a little bit of extra damage. Draw and discard a card.
Can't they block with the 3/3 now?
You could, but my guy's much bigger.
Yeah, but protects him from black.
That's fine if he wants to do it. Oh yeah, it doesn't die. You're right. But the ring kills
No,
it.
the ring kills it. Actually,
Yeah.
yeah. He doesn't have to discard a card, but he has to sacrifice his creature.
Yeah. If you can kill his other Centaur, he'll have to sacrifice his main goddess Shieldred.
Oh, he's wide open.
He's also wide open, yes.
Hmm. I don't know what to do now. I guess I'm.
You got lots of blockers. You're in a good spot. If you had
I only have one. I only have one flyer.
Well, he lost his flying thing. Brandon blew it up.
Oh, okay, that's right. It doesn't have trample. Haste hex proof. 8/8.
Got a lot of word salad though.
Yeah.
3/8 that deals damage equals toughness and hexproof.
Yep. And it deals damage to everybody else afterwards. Well, you went for the 7/7, eh?
I was thinking of attacking with it. It's like I leave myself way too open for life.
Yeah. Ooh, that's a pretty good one. Pop that on 0.
I gotta put my hand on the nuke.
Yeah. You got at least up to 3, which hits a lot of stuff.
No, I got 2. Maze doesn't tap for mana.
Oh, you're right.
And it's making my life challenging.
Don't attack me and I won't pop it.
I'm cool with that. I want to keep my ramp for a little bit at the very least. So it would almost cripple Elsie Blade, but
I
Pentinent
go for
Warlord
2.
is a wrecking ball right now.
I get rid of the Swift Foot Boots and I can then maze with it.
Oh, you mean his Kosei or whatever?
Yeah.
Yeah. Come on, Leaf. Throw a lightning bolt at that Centaur token. The zombie, not the vampire?
That's correct.
He has ways
Okay.
to pump vampires.
Yeah, that's true, but I am on board yet, so figured you'd want the bigger attackers. Did I finally stabilize at 10 life? At him and not Elsa Blade? Wow.
The fuck, life?
I know that's good to me. Okay. I assume he's giving them Death Touch lifelink.
You weren't supposed to notice that. You're supposed to block.
Well, I'm still gonna block him, but I have almost no life, so I gotta do it.
Being attacked by 4 drops.
Annoyingly, I will have to block some of your fucking zombie tokens, leaving me open for guys shit again.
To be fair, I have to block, and he's gonna attack me, and then you take damage either way.
True. Yeah, I'm gonna back
Take 4?
1, I think. Yeah. Keep a sliver of blocking guys open. Although maybe he won't swing this turn either, because he's got 20 vampires on his right. Well, it makes little like card.
Well, that's kinda
stacks that
neat.
go into it. Yeah.
That's kind of neat.
That's been doing that for as long as I've been playing MTGO.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I've never
Can't
seen
recall
it
seeing
yet.
that before.
Bye, Nazgul. My first Nazguls I've got to play for this deck.
Sacrifice the centaur. Watch him flash something in. Green has flash creatures now.
True. I think he has to sacrifice the Centaur, right?
Yes.
Because totem
Well, he can
removal is
recast
not,
his
uh,
commander if he. I mean, it would be expensive, but he can recast his commander. He can't recast the centaur.
Oh yeah, yeah. I just mean he loses a lot more with the commander. So does he still get brave and go for the attack? Wipe me off the board by hitting Brandon.
Well, the thing about having your finger on the nuclear button, is that it definitely changes
He-
people's behavior.
He does have that. That's true. That would remove a bunch of the abilities. Going for it. He's going for it. You gonna drop that nuke, Brandon?
It doesn't change anything. It just removes
Doesn't?
Swiftfoot Boots.
Remove that. Swift
Tree
Boots,
Folk Umbers
Darksteel.
3, Darksteel is
Is indestructible.
indestructible.
He won't
doesn't
have
matter.
the ability to kill everybody else because it wouldn't have the equipment on it.
It still has equipment. It has Darksteel. Darksteel's
Yeah, but it's-
indestructible.
Ah, you're right. Well,
So it's
Not
I
doing it?
can't do anything to stop this. I'd use the mazes to stop the Falcon Wrath Aristocrat.
mhm. Wait, why did you stop that one?
Because I don't want life to gain too much life.
I see, I see.
If I'm in a weak spot, I'm hoping life in
He's throwing you into the
Lucky
bus,
Blade.
Paul.
I get you, yeah, it's fine.
it also kills Shieldred that has wiped my board.
I think that's fair because your Centaur has basically killed me, so...
Play around pro Slack.
Yeah, I could not, unfortunately. I'll give it to Leaf for his just play vampires and win deck.
But this deck works a lot better when you curve out, which I
Oh,
was able
absolutely,
to more
yeah.
or less.
Yeah. But that's why you just play like 21 drop vampires, right? Encore?
It's,
I don't think I've seen that one.
It's also a little bit like, you know, I remember playing against these sacrifice decks with my Eldrazi, and it's just so frustrating.
Yeah,
Don't
the
even stand a
Eldrazi-
chance against Shieldred.
The Eldrazi Annihilator sacrifice decks, yeah, those are fun.
Well, not to play. You can't play against a Shieldred with one, because
Didn't that guy beat us with that one, though?
he was playing Eldrazi.
Yeah, the last time I tried the mass deck, the Eldrazi guy just bonked us around, and the Shieldred kept me from amassing at any time. So, and I can't remember what you were playing. It was something green, but I don't remember if it was like one of your big ramp decks or something. But the Shieldred left you wide open, and then the Eldrazi guy would just drop Annihilator 2s, recast them, cascade into more, and it was just like, ugh.
Who ended up winning that one?
The Eldrazi guy, because I had a couple cards, but I wasn't able to get past enough creatures for the Eldrazi or for the Shieldred, and then the Eldrazi guy just hit me for like Annihilator 6 and 20 damage or something.
Yeah.
I think.
There, now my hand is
died
finally
next.
on the nuke.
Oh, you got the mana for the nuke now, yeah. And then the Shieldred guy lost because the Eldrazi guy kept recasting all his Eldrazi, but I don't know what he was using for it. He was doing something. He was getting him back into his hand. But the Shieldred like turned your deck and my deck off basically, so it was just like, ugh.
To be fair, I don't think this kills his commander.
No?
Totem
Oh,
Armor,
'cause
Totem Armor should trigger first.
Oh,
So
yeah,
it's
yeah.
artifact, creature, then enchantment. It's not artifact, enchantment, and creature.
Right. Yeah, that order's annoying for that, for sure. So we'd still have a commander with an axe on it, basically.
Of 4 something or other. I don't know what space is.
It's like a 1/4. It's not very big.
A 1/0/5.
0/5?
So it'd be a 4/5.
Sword of Fire and Ice. At least you get a hit with it, though.
That's Leaf playing
Okay.
that.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it doesn't really save him from much, but he can swing over him with the flyers, pop his spirit token, draw a card.
Do you really care about popping the spirit token?
I mean, keep the board clear.
I think it just deal 2 to his face. Swing of everything.
He probably could sort of everything and be totally fine. Gonna kill Brandon
taking
with commander damage, or at least threaten it before the Pernicious Deed gets to blow everything else up.
Well, it's his warlord Koshi has to hit me with commander damage.
That's what I mean. Yeah. So it's like if Leaf has a couple blockers, the only thing he can swing at is you, and if he does swing at you, you nuke the board, and he still keeps his commander with an axe, but everything else would go. So
Don't attack me.
Attacking you with some, not all. Depends. It's gonna test. Do you value 17 to Alcibade more than you value 6 to yourself?
you just pop it after combat.
I don't know what he's gonna
What's
do.
that?
He's gonna have to make a decision.
I'm the one to wash you real quick.
Why stop your sword trigger?
It would stop my sword trigger. It would also stop 20 some damage to him.
No, I mean just
To
use
them.
it with your sword trigger.
Oh yeah, you could do that. You could do that.
8. 8 plus 6 is 14. So 14 damage to him, and then your sword trigger, which I'm assuming you'll target him with. If I pop this, I'll take 4 damage. That knocks me to 20 commander damage. That is close. Oh.
If Brandon does win this, he's winning it via manipulative politics, which is an interesting way to win for the most part. Beast would
To be
win.
fair,
Destroy target permanent. Its controller creates a beast token.
Can you
Is that
make
better?
it
I guess
indestructible?
it's better.
Why not just make it indestructible?
how does he make it indestructible?
Sacrifice a creature.
Yep, that works.
And I get a free beast token.
Yeah. Oh. Talking on the sword would have been a better move for sure, yeah.
You can't
I was
really
like,
do
you
anything.
targeted the only
really-
one that you can save with indestructible. I was like, that seems odd.
I can't do anything about that.
Anything about what?
I kind of thought he was going to target Pernicious Deeds and force Brannon to hit the nuke. Saving everybody the damage, but...
That would have been a big brain play.
It would, in effect, wipe your board, leave him with 2 things, leave Brandon tapped out,
Yeah.
build
Well,
on his
maybe
turn.
Brandon thinks he's going to go after me. But I think I can still block him. Doesn't
The
have.
issue is that he can deal 5 damage to me with the Koshi and kill me. Are you targeting with that sword?
You.
Me? Both our names are red, so I wasn't sure who you're targeting with.
I know, it's quite confusing to me, actually.
I don't know why it does that, yeah.
I guess because you attacked him with a sword, so it's triggering off him hitting me. Not like you can do anything about that.
Unclaimed territory. See what he's got. 3 more beast destroying cards, maybe.
He has to attack me here, doesn't he?
Well, if he attacks me, he kills me, but then I just...
Pop the nuke. Yeah.
Yeah, I popped the nuke.
I still feel like it's his only real choice here, unless he's got some tricks, but...
Well, he needed to be... He should have had Tyrite Sanctum in use so that he would make it indestructible.
It has to be a god first.
Yeah, that's what. But he's been sitting on that Sanctum for all game. Yeah, I don't know. They also have 6 cards in hand, so
Yeah, he drew a lot.
Exactly.
he could have the green
almost
hexproof
guarantee he's gonna
indestructible
attack
card.
Seal him for second.
Because if he attacks you, you wipe the board, saving him from Leaf.
I'd wipe the board at the end of his turn either way. He knows that. Is there anything on the board? What's the biggest thing on the board? Board drop?
Vulcan Wrath is 4.
Or drop. Yeah.
Concord is 4.
Kalidas is 4. Just in case there's a stifle effect or something.
Hmm.
We probably should have scryed.
Oh, thank
it
God.
stacked you guys to Viscerous here?
Yeah.
Is that what you were thinking, Leaf? Yeah.
Yeah, I should have.
So, because Paul brought it up last turn, I didn't want to bring it up again.
What's up?
You could
Oh.
have sacrificed the vampire for. Oh, I'm dead. For Fulton Rex, the aristocrat,
Agreed.
to give it indestructible.
Yeah, totally. And the reason I'm saying it that way is because I just mentioned that to Paul too. I messed up by not scrying.
Hmm. Well, at least he doesn't deal it to everybody, right? Just 8 to you.
5, but that's 21.
Oh, because he gave it extra counter. Yeah, I see. Good play for him.
So, the card I have in my hand is called Forgotten Lore. It's
I
a
think I know
single
that card.
green. What?
I think I know that card.
It's a single green spell sorcery that says, pick a target opponent. They choose a card from your graveyard, and you put it in your hand. You can pick green to remove that card from the pile and make them pick again. So
nice.
I was gonna get my prodigious speed back and then play it again.
Decent loop, especially if you have a couple of good cards in the graveyard, right?
I only get to use it once. It's a sorcery.
Oh, the pay green is not a copy. Do it again. It's
Make you
have
re-select.
them choose a different card. Yeah.
Why did Brandon lose all his lands?
Because I died.
Oh,
Commander
because
Commander
of the
commander damage. Yeah.
commander damage. Understood. Okay, well that helps me focus my mind on what I need to do.
The extra counter he got there was just enough to get him to it. So.
Yep. Holy swords, Batman.
See, this one makes sense. The Fire and Ice just seem like good stuff, I guess.
Drawing cards is good in Commander.
What? Oh,
Drawing
sure.
cards is good.
You gotta hit with it, right? A spicy vampire is just like a baby vampire. I love that card in Ixalan Standard.
He's got lifelink, so I'm basically dead now.
Yep.
You just block,
Lifelink
right?
trample. Lifelink
Oh,
trample.
trample. Yeah. Just take it. Unless he puts a counter in and chants it too. Just the counter.
Well, maybe if I draw Merciless Eviction and exile all,
You got an edict effect
all
in there
artifacts. What?
somewhere? Target opponent sacrifices a creature.
Yeah.
Produce strength? That's funny. Vampire's dead.
Oh,
He should have equipped it with lifelink first, but oh well.
Good point. I could have attacked with Edgar and done 5 damage. But it doesn't really change how this turn plays out. This way I can do 6 lifelink.
Draws 10 cards?
But I'm still in trouble because of the 10 cards my opponent has, and also the commander damage.
Yep.
Be Scoopy dooped. I'll see what I draw. Kindred Domination.
so the real MVP was Haunted Horror.
Yeah, it turned the
I
game
guess what we
hard,
learned.
actually. The Haunted Horror, like, actually gave him the ability to bully me and leave the whole game. And then eventually we died. And he has a scary field. Predatory Hunger. Oh,
Gotta
gross.
keep a fight spell. He must have an instant speed fight spell on that 8 cards.
With 2 mana though.
Really
Bonesaw.
epic punch.
Why didn't he just play Bonesaw?
Good old Graven Cairns.
So he has something he wants to cast.
But Bonesaw costs 0.
Oh, so.
Oh no.
Bonesaw is ready.
Makes me want to do my Randy Savage.
I was thinking the one from Spider-Man. Bonesaw is ready.
That's Spider-Man.
Yeah. It's Randy Savage playing the wrestler that
Oh,
he fights
yes.
named Bonesaw. And he's like, Bonesaw is ready when he
I
comes
keep
in
thinking of the guy from Overwatch.
Oh. Like Reaper or something?
No, the one that shoots the like saws that dig in the ground.
Oh, I haven't played Jigsaw. I haven't played that in a while. Junkrat.
Okay, okay, thank you.
It didn't give me a chance to
Been a while.
vote. Just kick me out.
Huh?
Boom.
Oh, it
Just
says
kick
you
me
lost
out.
connection to the game. Or you conceded.
Yeah. But usually I get a chance to vote.
Maybe because you lost connection to the game? I don't know.
Modern weather.
I'm gonna play the souped up sliver deck. Unless you guys got specifics you want to tone it down or something.
Nope, I have a good deck.
Okay.
I like this deck.
You need a couple minutes leave, or are you good?
I do want to get something to drink real quick. I'll be back in 30 seconds.
Sure.
I like this deck, it's cute.
Cute deck.
Mm.
All right, ready to go.
Okay.
Rock and roll from my head to my soul.
How about you?
I'm ready.
Cool. Creating thing in 3, 2, 1.
Miles, there's headphones on the stool there if you want to plug those in. You just have to take the white thing off. Look at the... They were just there.
Safe, I'm playing my cute deck.
Cute deck. I get to go first. Ooh.
That's bullshit.
No first turn commanders in this deck, though. 2. Yeah, that's okay. I'll keep that. Plarg with no partner? Oh, the new Plarg has partner, right?
Arg.
Interesting. Oh, Massacre Girl. Yeah. She's cute as hell. Ooh.
Means. What time is it? 11 plus 6.
That's a start.
Good card. Nice one drop. Standard. Excellent. Some water left. And
Knights.
Knights, yeah. Exactly. My deck better than me. One for your deck for sure.
What?
That's a good one for your deck for sure.
Yep. Starts off and it drains everybody else for one when everything else dies.
Yeah.
No second land life.
No second land.
Ooh.
Guess you didn't really need it.
Interesting. Eudora and that, I'm curious what kind of combos he's got going on. Larg's playing one Snowland. I'm sure there's some like combo shit I don't know with Plarg, but
What does it say?
kind of got like a pseudo cascade.
Revealed non-legendary, non-land card, 3 or less.
Jesus Christ, Paul.
Just loading up the fun combo pieces before anything happens.
Well, hopefully we have a green player that can deal with enchantments.
Yeah, yeah. Red and white can do it too. I would love one more land next turn. I'd be happy.
I don't feel very happy.
Why?
Mana World isn't going to untap.
Oh, that's right.
If you get some mana, you could play another creature and untap. Huh?
Well, someone plays the creature, you'll untap your land and war off.
Yeah, and I'll definitely play a creature.
Memo Man 204 plays Memo Man 204.
Casts AFSG games.
So you could have destroyed the intruder alarm there, but instead you played it.
That's fine. Fine, it's fine, it's fine. I think I don't know if I played this with all of us yet, but I know I played it with Leaf the one time when it was just him and me playing. And I set up all the combo pieces. I played my Cascade commander, and then I was going to do some stuff for the next turn. And then the guy stole my commander, and I never got it back the rest of the game. And then a guy played Elesh Norn, and all of my slivers would die immediately coming into the battlefield. I had nothing. I was just like, ugh. Ugh. I couldn't Cascade for fun cards, so I was just struggling for a while there. That's not a land either, though. Fuck.
I'm happy to hear that.
In a world where people are playing Massacre Girl, how can Intruder Alarm be a problem?
It's not a bad point.
Just sweep the board, Brandon.
That doesn't remove enchantments.
Creatures don't untap.
Does black have like a
But-
mass enchantment removal? Like destroy all non-land permanents or something like that? I know it's got lots of creature removal. 2 enchantment removals, but probably
No, I think you
less
have to use
artifacts.
you have to use the like whatever unstable obelisk or the other artifact removal to do board wipes.
For what, sorry?
Stable obelisk. Okay.
No, maybe that's not the right one.
Lit.
There's
Oblivion
one that
Stone?
like it's like exiles all non-land permanents, but it's one.
Oh, I see what you mean.
It's more expensive.
There's Nibil's Disc.
Yeah. I
Boom
was thinking
Pile.
purely just black though, but I figured they wouldn't give it too much targeted removal, but they might give it like all removal kind of thing. Yeah, Unstable Obelisk would do it too, but just a better mana rock, no colors. Oh, Mire and Misery is not too bad. Each opponent sacrifices a creature or enchantment.
That was from the new Theros, I believe, or it's one of the Theros.
Commander 19, so it could be one of the Theros ones.
Something of haste?
Yeah.
Why is this commander of haste?
His commander does not.
Oh, okay, never mind. Yes, it was the turn before.
Yeah, he played it on curve. Just nothing to do with it. Merciless Eviction. That would work, but that's black-white. Phyrexian Tribute. Sacrifice 2 creatures to destroy 1 artifact. Yeah, that's a well-costed.
Doesn't remove a true alarm either, because that's an enchantment.
Yeah. You got Feed the Swarm for that one, right?
Yeah, that does 1.
Yeah. Trapment Maneuver. Eight to Phyrexia is not actually that bad. for
It's not that
artifacts
expensive.
specifically. Yeah.
I've had it before. I played it in my Shure deck.
Motherfucker. Not getting goddamn.
Oh, you fucker. Get rid of that evolutionary leap.
That was the one I was going for, yeah. Evolutionary leap and then altered dementia next, but
Then intruder alarm.
Yeah, then maybe intruder alarm once I run out of targets and I need to play another sliver. Because it's not a May ability.
You
I
fucking
was so choked about that LS Norn in the one game I played with this because I specifically went through and cut out like all the combat slivers and went focused purely for like combo stuff. And it made them so weak because they're all just like 1-1s, 2-2s tops. There's like no 3-3s in the combo slivers. And he gets to draw another card with Plarg if he wants to. I actually would have liked if you got the Yavimaya. You could massacre a girl, but it doesn't really do a lot.
Nope.
That's a pretty good one, yeah.
Pilpify land drop.
No.
And this is why I hate intruder alarm.
Because he gets the value out with his guy.
No, just that everybody has to do everything at the end every time somebody casts a creature.
Yeah.
Just play Limbala or something. Hush Ring Riff. ETB abilities. ETB doesn't trigger abilities.
Well, that guy, when we were playing that, he played the LS Norn. He played that LS Norn first. The one that turns off all our ETBs. The least
What's the one from Eldraine? Hushbringer?
Hushbringer, yeah. The LS Norn is better because it doubles your own, but it turns everybody else's off. But Hushbringer is just a good cheap one, right? 2 mana, so. It's a fun standard when you could do Hushbringer into Croxa, just to like really screw people up. Oh, you could play Ghastly Death Tyrant from Commander Baldur's Gate. The 6 mana, 6/5 creature that can blow up an enchantment opponent controls, and you lose life equal to its mana value, or creatures you control gain death touch. The 2 black enchantment removals. I hear you, Cleo. What's up, kitty cat? Come here. Come here, come here. Hello, sweet kitty Cleo. You need some cuddle time, Sam? Oh, good girl.
Sorry.
Sacking it right away. Need the land.
Would you, I'm happy to get a land here. I'll choose a forest.
Pay 2 and draw a card.
I will pay 2 and draw a card.
Boom grinder. Cycling it. Ooh, it's kind of spicy.
What? Timeless Dragon? No idea what that card does.
Just a eternalized dragon from Modern Horizons 2? I think, right?
Yeah, you can right click to get stat names.
Yep, Modern Horizon 2. Okay, yo, what you doing, kitty cat? Oh, he went to me. Curious what he's gonna do when he plug rolls.
Arg rolling. I don't know, I haven't been paying attention to his graveyard, to their graveyard. Cascade stuff, land destruction. What do you think is the most dangerous? Training grounds, Aetherflux, Intruder, or Rhythm?
Rhythm, what's rhythm?
Rhythm of the Wild.
Oh,
Intruder
out of my
Alarm
stuff?
is probably the scariest.
Probably Intruder Alarm, yeah.
I think it makes so many combos.
Yep. Like Training Grounds and Aetherflux both do too. Rhythm's just protection. But I feel like your Altar of Dementia also has to be a combo piece, so...
I'm all about value.
I don't
It's a
remember
good
to
thing to draw.
sacrifice your creatures before the board wipe this time. You got your commander out. Kabakov was pretty good when I got Urborg out.
Yeah. I always seem to get it when you have Urpark up.
Yeah.
This. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like this. Have 2 up.
Shepherd. Oh, that thing. That's a good one, yeah.
I have issues with it.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably not... It's probably actually pretty good in your deck, but...
Life.
Thinking.
Oh, there is one more black enchantment removal they put in the new Eldraine set.
Don't know what then.
That 5 mana sorcery.
Still don't
Or
know
target-
it. Don't want to know it.
Don't- It's just destroy creature enchantment and get a roll. Clicked on the screen.
A roll?
Yeah, there's these new like enchantment tokens.
Mm,
It could be like a villain roll or a monster roll or a hero roll or something like that, and they'll give you a +1/+1 and an effect.
Goes to block.
No, it's fine.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure.
You take 3.
That's fine. He just fucking
Okay,
quit.
he's gone. Guys, gotta go. Dude, it's been 20 minutes in this game.
Yeah, not even like. And all he did was just draw a card, discard a card, draw a card, discard a card. I don't know what he was doing. Maybe he didn't find his pieces and he just wanted to dip out, but maybe our decks scared him. Hey, Wait. Oh, sorry, I stepped away there for a second. It was trying to bug me. He's taken to
What a
crawling
bad
members.
cat. What a bad cat.
Specific parts on
Can you
my
believe it?
counter and pushing like one single thing off, and it's the same thing every time.
Right.
She just does it when she wants to like get my attention while I'm streaming or working. So good cat. She's just very. It's like she finds the thing that she knows will bug me to get my attention. So.
No extra mana this time.
intruder alarm. No, it only benefited everyone else except me.
Well, it benefit one person, they concede it.
Benefit leaf too.
Yeah,
He
no,
tapped
the
for
extra
mana and
mana
never
with it.
used it.
Yeah.
I used it the first time.
Oh, okay.
You're right, though. It wasn't terribly impressive.
Yeah. The lack of a fourth land has kind of stifled me pretty good.
I suggest playing a fourth land.
I need to.
Okay.
When I can,
I've got my yields. I've got my yields on. Let me know if you're going to kill my. Do something to kill my elf so I can sacrifice it. To great
Cannoli
effect.
for one. Oh,
It's
this is
something.
Okay. Counter.
Do you want to give it haste?
It gives itself haste.
I know.
I'm gonna pop your altar leaf.
Goodbye, Sliver Crane. What happened there?
I popped his altar.
Thought he did something. What are you gonna pop now?
Bontus
It's not Pop Pontus.
or Bitter Blossom.
That's not.
You're not
Pop
going
Blossom.
to be happy after Bitter Blossom kills all your creatures.
I know. Either one of those is target.
Well, I guess
So.
it's not because of my. There's enough 1/1s on the play right now that
Yeah, they're all dead.
I guess
either
it's
way.
not an issue.
But I was like, which
Well, I
one's
guess-
going to give him more value in the long run? Probably the Bontus, I think.
he can just beat me too if he wants. But I'm very sad to see that card go for a different reason.
Altar?
Yeah.
I was hoping you would fetch
What?
land.
Oh, you just want to get it in?
I wanted you to fetch land.
Yeah, see. If I had a land, I'd play it.
Yeah. I was thinking of doing it to at least cultivate.
That would have been the way to do it, yeah.
Get myself 2 swamps.
Look at that.
Oh. I paid 2.
You gonna like Torment of Hailfire us? Massacre go?
This hurts me more than it hurts you.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, why are you doing it?
Oops. Fuck, I fucked up.
You want to put Nightmare Shepherd first so it resolves last kind of thing?
I won't. I should have done it a different order, but it doesn't matter too much. I get to keep my blood artist now.
Hmm.
I want it back so it's seal the triggers from the slivers to die, but this is probably
I see,
better.
I see.
The problem is that your Nightmare Shepherd's gonna die.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, it'll still trigger on all the other creatures, though.
Yeah. You got that guy that comes out real big, or something that brings all your stuff back.
I won't tell.
We're gonna see it eventually, right? So comes back and then dies again.
Yep. I should have tapped Nykthos before I killed my board.
Yeah, I was
That was
thinking
my
that would
mistake.
give you the extra mana too.
I messed up there.
Blood Artist come back technically bigger than when it was alive because it gets a
Yes.
+1 power.
Blood
That's
artist
funny.
would now be bigger.
That's really funny. Yeah.
It's supposed to be a 12 shell. I messed up blood artist. That's an interesting artwork.
Gooey skeleton thing, yeah. Had a couple turns to stock up his lands. What's he gonna do now? Issa. Oof. Commander time.
What's his power toughness?
Is horror token 11/11?
5/5. That's okay.
What bullshit is this?
Shia.
Thomas has never seen such bullshit.
I need one more mana. Give me one more mana.
And you can tap your forest for 2.
I'd like to have 11 blocking power in the situation, actually.
Oh, you don't need to block.
That remains to be seen.
You don't need to
I'm
block.
not saying you're wrong, but you're not right yet.
You won't get to block. You won't need to block.
I agree.
Oh,
Blasphemous. That is blasphemous.
Revenge for the slivers. And my life that got pinged by the blood harvest.
It'll happen again.
Yeah, but then it's done.
coming for you, Paul.
What?
Brandon showing his newly found friendship towards you by aiming his blood artist shots at me.
Oh, oh shit! I target you.
the,
I thought Paul was the memo man.
the fair and balancedness.
He's so generous.
I try.
Something. You don't often see that.
What's that supposed to mean, knife?
$51 life. 51? That's a lot of life.
You guys wouldn't kill my fairy token, would you?
Not yet.
Roll number 2. I've never actually looked at that work. That's kind of terrifying.
One for pestilence?
Yeah.
It's pretty gross. Deal with that Nissa eventually.
I was going to.
Yeah, I needed some immediate revenge though, so
No, you don't immediate revenge. You do it at the last second, like you do with the whatchamacallit, that nuke I had.
yeah. Well, this was last second for me. I meant to do it, and it's a sorcery, so. Aye, it's a commander. Proteus machine. Oh, it's got a free morph on it. That's interesting. So if it comes back as a forest, you can flip it back into a creature if you need to.
Yeah.
Mana, I guess, but it's not colored. Pain in the ass.
Oof.
I need 0 mana for till I hit a land at least.
It's annoying.
Maybe just won't. Maybe it won't even trigger.
It's gonna trigger on my turns. I'm happy.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe it'll just resolve because it doesn't have any. Obviously, doesn't have any things in my set.
Anytime a creature, not a creature you control.
No, I know, but I was like, I don't have anything on my side, so I figured it would just auto resolve as 0, but I still have to say yes to it.
There you go, life. Look, I'm helping.
Thanks, man.
I don't like how it's face down, because it doesn't show what it is. It's stone information.
And for face down cards, it's not correct.
Well, we know what card he took from his graveyard turn face down is using as a swamp or a forest.
Oh yeah, for the moment, yeah.
I guess if multiple things at the same time.
Just flip back into a creature.
He had to.
Did he? Why?
I can't kill it now. No, I can kill it now. Sorry.
I assume he wants you to, so he can get a land trigger again to draw more cards.
Maybe. It's a loop. And he gets to keep his commander too. Me and Life are buddies. We're the
Unless you
bestest
want-
of friends.
Thanks,
Kill his
buddy.
commander.
No.
You want to keep Pestilence
Pestilence
up?
dies then. Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless Life attacks me
Mine.
this turn.
Any land and I'd be fine.
Oh, you're a tempting fate with that one.
Any colored land, I should say. Actually,
Monkey paw.
Mm.
Swamp would be not useful, but the only land I can't currently replace with colors on my stuff, so.
Hmm. That is a very interesting idea. Oh, I don't know what to do. Your deck is very difficult to play against, Brandon.
Right.
Just keep playing creatures and killing his commander till it's too expensive for him to cast.
No, this
Okay,
is his
one.
issue.
Because he'll kill his lands?
Yeah, I'll start killing his lands. I think they come back, don't they? No, I guess they're not a creature when they're in the graveyard. I don't know if your Alvarado will bring them back because they're a creature when they die.
Well, it's good enough time to find out. Could technically be a non-token creature when it dies. Come back face down.
I can't remember if
as
it
a
loses its
forest.
types.
I mean, it would be a creature while it dies, so the rest of
Yeah.
it shouldn't matter. Third face down creature. Why does that keep track of that?
So you know what's happening.
Oh, so you can track the force, the known information part of it.
Yeah.
I'm not allowed
It's
to
just
attack you, Brandon.
I prefer you didn't.
Why
You have
should
46
attack
life. Like, I have to attack you.
Yeah, but if you attack me, then we both lose 5 life.
Yeah, you should be attacking him. Force his hand.
Because you're threatening me with your pestilence.
I am threatening you with my pestilence.
If you force his hand and he kills your stuff, then he'll lose pestilence. So you just keep swinging until he forces his hand.
Got it.
Otherwise, you wait for him to restock and get more shit. The same thing. You can't just let counter players continue to like stock their hand back up. You gotta burn them through.
Game, I'm holding control.
Ooh.
Your fun. Have your fun. Nobody here is laughing.
I heard Paul.
I'm laughing a
Oh,
little
that's
bit.
true. I did hear Paul laugh too now that you mention it.
Oh, it's dead anyway. It's dead.
Dead. Yeah.
It's megamorphed.
Yeah.
That means it's mega.
A disappointing ability.
I mean, I like Megamorph more than Morph. Because, like, there was just, like, I don't know what, 30 Morph creatures, like, 10 of them were just worse than vanilla creatures. Often it's like, oh, you put it down as a Morph for 3, and then you paid, like, 7 to turn up, like, a 4/4. It's like, what the fuck, why? I'm sure there was some synergies with, like, face-down cards or whatever, but, like,
There were.
not enough to make that worth it for me. So Megamorph at least had like comes in with a counter or like destroys a thing sometimes.
Gonna morph creatures back up.
Oh.
Okay. It's rude, but okay.
Not looking forward to that Nissa over there on 8.
Nope. I was kind of hoping I could target Pestilence to it. Why would you flip it up now?
Up something to mine, probably.
Okay.
That one
Can't
and
have
not
any-
training grounds?
Can't have anybody not Well, I'm worried about you casting something that's going to be able to attack my Nissa.
Oh, I see.
I would like to maintain my flexibility, let's say. Problem with the -8 is, of course, it doesn't effectively deal with Massacre Girl.
No, it's true, but indestructible on your stuff is pretty strong too.
Yeah.
Although it's too bad Ashaya is already dead.
No, it's not.
I just mean for that particular ability. I'm happy it's dead.
Well, that's then, like, Ashaya is a card. That's why I wanted that Altar of Dementias, because you need to be able to sack Ashaya in the face of Massacre Girl.
Really? Oh, Scrubland. Yay.
Doesn't? Oh no, that's the other way around. Their lands in terms of types. No, I have living lands in my hand, and I can't really play it against Massacre Girl.
Alright, let's get something fun with Cascade. It's gonna be like...
Haste, 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 haste.
Well, the haste one's in the graveyard. I think I have one
You have
more in
multiple
there
haste ones,
somewhere.
don't you? You have the
I have
white,
at
blue,
least-
black, red one.
Yeah, I have at least 2 in here.
So you can get haste and you can kill Nissa.
Yes.
You better reveal haste one.
Yep. That's waiting on Leaf for something.
Oh, sorry. My bad.
Ancestral vision. Target me, target me, target me!
Sure. Okay.
Holy sh... You lied to me.
Did I? Oh, it was a misclick, sorry.
I understand. Your picture and my picture are very close together. Yeah.
Yes, very close.
That we're friends.
Friends? Sure. Oh, yeah.
You blasphemous attacked me, then didn't let me draw off the test revision. Doesn't sound very friendly.
It's the most friendly. He's yes to Anarchos. One extra colorless I can't use for anything. Nope. That's that turn. Like, I'm a commander. Yeah, it only took fucking 5 extra turns of drawing through all my non-land stuff, but...
We have to go and do help Miles with something.
For sure.
Unyielded until Brandon's end step.
I will slow play.
You can do what you need to do, though.
No.
In that case, I'm gonna run to the washroom and then maybe smoke. But I'm still listening. I have nothing to do though if you board wipe or destroy stuff, so. Pretty good sleepy cat. Hello. How's all the animals doing out at the house there?
Good.
Yeah. The pug's fully grown and still rambunctious. Just make sure you play like one card in like 2
shit.
minutes.
Next time it. Okay. I have something to play, but it's gonna do stuff to life board.
Yeah, go for it. Just play it slowly.
Ah,
Give
yes.
it a couple minutes.
Okay.
Probably got like a minute before you can pop it and then worry about issues on
Well, I don't have an activity
time.
timer right now. Do you see a timer on me? Paul?
just your 42-minute one.
Okay. That's fine. I have more than enough time. I always have the most time at the end of games.
I think tapping counts as an action or registers.
I
too,
did, yeah.
so-
I'm back.
Come back. I'm gonna cast something.
Good.
Massacre Worm, yeah.
Why would you do that now?
He gets more landfall triggers.
I mean, if he wants to pay 2 my life for it.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably fine. He gets to draw more cards.
5/5 doesn't really rule the roost on this battlefield. I need some alternatives. Shit. Click too fast.
Did you not pay the 2 last time?
No, I clicked through it. I
Mhm.
didn't have the mana up. Oh. Oh.
I'm 1 short. Can you put one of your morphs out again?
Yes, I could.
Will you?
I will not.
Please. I said, please.
I will say please to not do it.
I'm helping Paul.
It's helping me.
His commander?
For my guy to survive.
Not everybody likes you, Brandon.
I don't know why.
Sorry,
So
man.
cute.
Like, it's
Look at how
just
cute he is.
kind of the truth.
Look at the cute little Rakdos girl.
She's covered in blood.
Could be makeup. You don't know that.
I'm pretty sure in the lore it's not.
Yeah, it's probably just straight up blood, but
What to do?
have your commander fight Massacre Girl.
Oh god.
Oh, that's not bad. Surprised you didn't uptick Nissa first though.
I don't understand.
Because it's oh, never mind. I thought it was total. It's greatest toughness.
Still, put any number of creatures is stupid.
Yeah, it's pretty stupid, but guess it depends on how much it hits, right? Yeah, look at those mana echoes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
They got Dryad Arbor.
No.
Didn't want to draw a card?
So many cards. There's cards here, cards there, cards everywhere. Ugh.
Drawing is always beneficial unless you're gonna mill out.
Oh, this is gonna be a loop and a half. So you sacrifice it, get it as a forest, comes back. Sacrifice it, comes back. Okay. So I'm assuming you drew the Evolutionary Leap off of the last March of the Ents?
No, we got it off of Eternal Witness.
Oh,
Where did it go?
what?
Still on the
My
battlefield.
evolution. Oh, it's on the battlefield.
Yeah, it's beside Nissa.
Okay.
So he got it off of Eternal Witness?
Yeah, because I killed
I
it
did.
earlier.
Yeah, all right, and then I just
Oh,
cast it
that's
right
right.
before I did this.
That's the same game, yes.
Yeah.
Forgot about that.
Yeah.
It's like, oh yeah, I think that was last game. It's like, no, that was Markov. Markov doesn't have green.
So he gets positive
all the
mana
creatures.
here. Get all the creatures out of his deck. Because he
can't,
gets
though.
+1 mana every time he gets a
He
thing, right?
can't. He loses
Why
2
not?
life every time he does it.
Oh,
I play
because
it.
of Massacre Worm, yeah. So I could do it a couple times. Maybe find something good.
Did I play regular forest or did my... Yeah, I can. Okay, so I want to do this.
Forget to do your Nis-
I'm sorry, guys. As you can maybe imagine, I have a few different options here.
Yeah. That's totally fair. Figure out what you want to do. We're just seeing what we got here.
Yeah. Just because from what's on the field, you got one good loop, and then you draw a couple cards off of Beast Whisperer.
He doesn't,
No, the Beast Whisperer only triggers
It's
when I
cast.
cast.
so
Hey, when
he's not casting it.
But I do have a
Wait,
spell that
so-
will kill
wait,
Massacre
wait,
Worm.
wait, no. You get a creature when you draw it off of Evolutionary Leap and cast it. That's what I'm saying.
He's
Yeah,
he's
he's
not
only got-
casting. He's
What do you mean? Not
Brandon's
casting a
right.
creature
Every
who-
time I sack a creature,
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the creature you get off of Evolutionary Leap when you cast it. You would get a card off of Beast Whisperer.
Yes, if he casts them, but I don't think he's cast them.
Yeah.
That just
Well, I mean, he's going to keep. If he does not cast you the card he gets off Evolutionary Leap, it's doing him nothing except losing life. So.
and drawing him hopefully towards an answer. But he has an answer for Massacre Worm.
Oh, okay. Yeah, play that.
I'm gonna be annoyed of it because green cards shouldn't have a thing like that.
Just deal damage equal to power to target creature. I got a lot of those.
Could be a fight spell, but what was that?
Kamal's Will, using the second ability. Well, that's basically exactly what I said. Yeah.
Okay, so now he can get every creature out of his deck.
Yeah, and
And
positive
get infinite mana.
Yeah, if he goes far enough with Proteus.
Well, every time he does it, he gets one.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I said.
I'm good to skip your life if you want.
And he's got a Crater Hoof or something, I guess.
Doesn't even. Life, what do you have? Do you have
I
any way-
don't have any way to win the game right now.
No creature combo?
No Crater Hoof? Really?
Crater Hoof wouldn't do it. He only has one
No?
he has one unsummoning creature. He needs to deal 30 to me somehow. Well, 35 to
Well,
me and
So not Crater Hoof, the other
29 to
one.
you.
The one that gives haste. The
Well-
one from Ravnica. But,
he
like, if he's... It gives haste, the other one, so...
Devastator of Provinces or whatever.
No, the one from
Yeah.
Ravnica. The...
No.
Do you have it?
Avenger
Or-
of Zendikar.
The deck?
Yeah, but it doesn't give it haste. Let's see. Let me go into my deck.
Can you send a screenshot of the deck to the chat? Or...
Yeah.
We can help you out here. See if I see a combo or anything. Might not help too much because I don't know all the cards by name unless I know the combo.
There's a green enchantment that gives haste, isn't there?
It gives all
Burning
things haste,
Crossroads, yeah.
Yeah. I guess you
It
would draw
doesn't-
that off of the evolutionary
No.
though.
Well, I can just draw. I can also just draw infinite cards by cycling. Oh, I need to pay a mana to sack it.
You
So
get to
the
draw.
sundial.
You get infinite cards from Evolutionary Leap. Or infinite, all your creatures and infinite mana, and then you get you draw all your cards with Seer Sundial. So you have every card in your deck in your hand,
Basically, yeah.
and infinite mana.
Like I need. I do not have haste.
No haste. Do you even have that that artifact wall that can give creatures haste?
No.
I think what I would do is I would more or less cast. So I have infinite mana and
Yeah, you
and
have-
all the
Mhm.
creatures.
And you
All-
can draw
every card you own.
nearly,
Yeah.
You can draw a whole deck if you want to, yeah.
So you could right now. No, that's my deck, not your deck.
So I think what I would do is cast my big creatures and then play a card that turns everyone's lands into 2/2 creatures. Which should mean you won't, if anyone tries to board wipe.
Isn't that Kamal's Will?
Ooh. Yeah,
That
I
makes
didn't
it-
do it
that-
in that situation because
Well,
I
he
wasn't
has-
sure what.
Oh,
I didn't
there's
realize
trouble.
the power of my combo.
So what you do is you evolutionary leap till Avengers of Zendikar.
Yep.
Then you -8 Nissa to get every one of your lands out. Make a massive amount of saplings and massively huge, whatever size they're going to be.
And then
I can't remember what
I
Nature's
can
Ride is.
attack with these. But how do I? I guess I keep sacking the Proteus machine and put all the counters on Inox Survivalist.
So
No, I'm not
Nature's
sure how.
Ride is another enchantment that makes all lands 2/2s. Or Revolt, sorry, not Riot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I have that,
Uh,
but it's not clear to me how I win this turn. I'm happy to concede just out of.
no,
I mean, if
I
you
don't
don't
really-
win this turn, there's a good chance Brandon and I could both eventually recover on our turns. Like, Brandon's only got one card in hand, but it really depends on him what he can draw, right? Like, if
all
he
I'd
can-
ask is I'd ask Paul to punch me so I can sacrifice Mask Girl and wipe your board.
Yeah, and I could win depending on what I draw, so.
So I'm assuming life wins here. There is some loop here that will win him the game. I'm not sure what.
He definitely doesn't have the time to go through it though with his clock left, but
No.
Yeah, there's probably something in there. I'm kind of curious to see what I could do if you wanted to just pass the turn anyways, and I'll concede afterwards. But just because I want to see what I would hit with Cascade stuff.
Sure.
If I hit a couple of things, I can win off of that based on what's in my hand. But it really depends on what I hit.
So we can transformation your sliver.
Magus of the Order.
Did he already use that? I thought he did.
Kendris, no.
Yeah, doing that to my first sliver would be a fucking pain. That would stop me solid.
Yep.
Scrib Ranger, what the fuck is that?
Scrib Razor, I think it's a pro blue thing.
Bounce a forest, pro blue, flying, untapped target creature. Ew. Definitely a way to get around some stuff. You get Eternal Witness back.
You could just Blasting Station.
Actually, Scrib Ranger would probably do it. Because he could use it to
He has Blasting
turn
Station.
Wait, Blasting Station works too, yeah. I was thinking just with the Scrib Ranger, though, because he could sack Eternal Witness, turn into a forest, use Scrib Ranger to bounce the Eternal Witness forest, cast it, get back Camel's Will, turn all the creatures that he's cast into lands, and then swing. After he's buffed them all or whatever, but...
No, he just does Blasting Station to win. It's an easy
Wait.
win there.
Scrib Ranger does it too, that's what I'm saying. That's the first card I looked at. I was like, oh yeah, that one does it. He can get back every single card he's cast and used. And Camel's Will is a definite way to get there.
Sorry, Leif.
Oh, I'm just slowly making more mana.
See if you get any uses out of this stuff. Yeah.
So you make infinite mana here, and get every creature in your deck.
Yeah.
Yep.
We won't make you do it. And at
No.
that point, you have infinite mana. Then you redo the loop, sacrificing for Fragile Leap, but then you pay the landfall triggers with infinite mana. So you draw Blasting Station.
Yeah.
After that,
I was actually gonna play Fecundity next to draw me a card every time I sacrificed.
don't play anything that draws you cards.
Oh, okay.
You might
Because
mill.
if you draw cards, you draw yourself out before you finish the loop.
Understood.
So, then you play Blasting Station. You'd sacrifice that Mimic thing that morphed for 0.
Mm-hmm.
And then you make it back to a tree and flip it up again, and then do it again, and then ping us 1 for each loop. That's how you win.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Anyway,
the
I'll
easy way.
I'll just stop here.
Oh no, we're done then.
No.
Well, you wanted to do your see what.
Oh no,
What
no,
happens?
I only cared because we didn't know if you even had a win possible. So if you didn't have a win possible, then like I'm curious just to see what's up. But I'm not gonna make you play out 500 loops to see if you get there. So
Fundidity kills you.
That's what I would do.
yeah,
And I would start playing Rampaging Baloths. Do all sorts.
Yeah.
There's so many creatures. It'd be so fun.
a Kennedy would definitely kill you before you got the good stuff going. But
Oh, you don't. It's a May.
oh, you're right.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Yeah,
That's why I
Good.
played it after all.
yeah, yeah. You got a couple ways out. Like Scrub Ranger gives you a lot of options because you've already got Eternal Witness out. You can get back a lot of stupid shit.
Yeah.
And do something with like Nissa to get all your forests, Cabal's Will to get some stuff out there. You could put Ashaya back out. You can sack dudes a bunch of times.
I can
buff
cycle
your-
Eternal Witness. I got everything.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can do a bunch of dumb shit there. Probably a couple other ones in there somewhere too. Why is Nissa
I could mill you out
Yeah, you
Yes, you
get
can do that
Alter
too.
Dimension
by
back.
using my Ultra Dementia back.
Oh yeah,
I
if you
have-
got
I have-
Nissa Resurgent,
I have,
you get to get back. You draw even more cards and get even more mana too. So
Yeah.
because she gives you a mana every time a land enters, and then you get to reveal cards. So you get an elf or an elemental. Yeah, you got a bunch of loops and good stuff you can get through there. So I'm good with that.
I'm good.
Well, it's a fun deck.
Interesting.
It wasn't
Let's
really.
see,
It wasn't
order.
clear to me how it worked. But what happens if? So what would happen if this was a 1/1
Which
and it
I'm
died?
sorry.
Would Eudora trigger?
Which one? Sorry.
Is the forest whenever another non-token creature you control dies? But
Mhm.
so if it was, if this was activated by Nissa,
Right. Turn
What
one
do
of
you
them
mean,
into
sorry?
a,
and then Brandon Massacre wormed it.
just turn one of them into a thing and sack it. See what happens. Because you can just tap it, use the mana to sack it, and see if it comes back as a
Oh,
face down
shoot!
forest.
Just attack me and I'll block it and then I'll kill it either way.
I mean, you can just sack it, right?
Yeah.
It's got haste, so you can just tap it, use mana. Oh, you did the morph creature, not a real forest.
Well, this is what it look. They all look like this.
This is the other morph
Yeah.
creature. This is the
This is what I'm interested
Mega
in,
Morph.
because if this naturally cycles because of Yodara's ability, then all of my creatures are a little bit indestructible.
Yes, yeah. I mean, it should. I was curious about the
It
forest. Period. Why shouldn't it? It's not a token.
No? Oh, yeah, it did trigger.
Yeah, there's no reason it shouldn't. So.
Well, it definitely makes living lands less scary.
I was just
Although,
curious.
God forbid, Eudora leaves the battlefield and then this happens.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing, right?
Yeah.
Like, oh, you go to sack it, and then they pop Eudora, and that's the end of your loop. It's like, okay, yeah. Assuming you didn't have enough mana to recast her already, but
Okay, I'm good to scoop here.
yeah.
Good game?
Are you, oh, Brandon's back as you, does classes start this week?
Yep, Thursday. I gotta start working my
Ooh.
sleep schedule.
Couple days, that's tight. Yeah.
My classes are at 8:30 in the morning, so that's my first class. So it's like gotta be up for like 6.
I need a
Sounds
nature
like
source.
a cold December.
Yep.
A long December and a reason to believe.
Something when September ends.
Good song.
However that song goes.
Force is about. Oh. Stanley's Nature's Force would have buffed up those elementals real fast. Whenever forest centers make a 5/3 elemental, it's pretty gross.
Mm-hmm. You know, that in Baloths gives you a lot of power.
Bushcran, what's that? Oh. Ambush Commander. Oh, that's just buff an elf. What's exciting?
Bye, kids.
Good night.
Alright, have a good night, dude.
Bye.
Bye.
See you guys later. Alright, I'll switch over to HoloCure shortly. I'm just investigating his deck list a little bit still. There's a bunch of cards I don't recognize there. Just Restoration. Sack a land, search the library for up to 2 basic lands. Put them on the battlefield, tap, then shuffle. If you control a creature with 4 power or greater, search the library for up to 3 basic lands. Oh god, that's gross. That's annoyingly loopable with his deck too. Like even if he didn't have Nissa out, he could still technically do that. But I mean tapped, which is not great for that. It to the world. Stop it. Work properly. Oh my god. Google, why do you do that? Tribute to the world tree. Oh, that card. God, Jesus. Draw a card, or if its power is 3 or greater, put 2 counters on it. That's a good card for annoyances. Plastic Station. Your Sundial. This might be actually. Sears Sundial. Sudnile. Oh, that's one I already had out. Ha 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 ha. Can't read it all there. When you cast color, doesn't matter to him much there. Attack to the features 6 or greater. Turn face down creature you control face up. Revelation. Gain life. That's all it does. Okay. Oh my god. Google, why are you fucking slow? I gain life and draw cards, I should say. Neat art. Yeah. The Berticio song is good stuff. Actually, kind of shocked he doesn't play Crater Hoof in that deck. Like, in the three-way, that would kill us. Absolutely. Yeah, it's good enough. Oh, Ashnod's Altar would have given him loads more mana too. He wouldn't need to do the half loop he was doing with the with the fuck am I thinking of? On the field the whole fucking time. Nope, I closed the match. Damn it! I was gonna say like the thing he was using to sack stuff. Evolutionary leap. Where the fuck is that? Oh, there it is. I'm blind. Yeah. Yeah, he's got a lot of options. Get some outs there. Burn Orb to gain life. Ashnod's Altar to get some extra mana on top of his already sacked mana. Fecundity to draw cards. Blasting Station for a kill. Scrib Ranger. Plus Eternal Witness to get back Kamal's Will for a full out kill. And if he played all his creatures plus Crater Hoof, he would have got us too. But that would only work in a 2-player one in that current situation, so okay. Interesting to look that up at the very least, so I love the Song of Hope. Yeah, this game, like all the Octopath games and all the Final Fantasy games, just have godlike music. So good. It's not always like the tippy top of like complexity or anything, but it's nice. Makes you feel happy, makes you feel nice and warm. For dicking around too much, I had a thing there I was trying to do. Let me switch back to this one. Give this a refresh and it should still be good, but I got a timestamp? He does. Let me do Song of Hope. Yeah. I'm gonna turn the music off for just while I listen to the Song of Hope for a little bit. It's a good song. I'm gonna have a quick smoke. I'm gonna grab another drink. I think I still got a little bit of water left in my 2 bottles here. And then I will play some HoloCure. It's been a couple days, so I'm excited. I'm very close to finishing all my gacha coins. Then I can just relegate this to a sometimes game. Get a score or 2 every week or something. It's fucking hot outside for some reason. I don't like it. Why is it so much humider outside than in here? Kitty cat. My cold drinks. Okay, let me just boop and boop and boop. Oh, she's playing Nikkei. Oh, Rob's just starting. Good timing, actually. Turn that back on, but I'll turn the music off. Oh. Leave Rob's little stream on there. Oh, actually, if I do the theater mode, it doesn't get in properly. But that's stupid. I'll just leave it like that. It's fine. See my sidebar. Okay. Let's go here. It is currently on HoloCure, I believe. Let me just refresh. Hello, Billy. Man, you got here fast. Good timing. Let's play Magic for a while. And flip the HoloCure and you're right here. How's it going for you? Ice cold water, ice cold Coca-Cola. Yum. Very into Magic? Ah, gotcha, yes. Yeah, I've been meaning to come back and finish some more because I'm pretty close on a couple of these. But every time I'm like, oh cool, I can stream, it's like 9 o'clock and then I'm like, I should try to be good with my sleep and go to bed at before like 1 a.m. So Ducky as well, hello. Yeah, it's like a good time for everybody. I'm gonna do, I think, just one more with Aofi. Now that I'm more awake, I'll try another one with Mona. How you guys doing? It's been a couple days. I've been being a good boy, going to sleep at a reasonable amount of time. Go for the Uber Sheep one. To make sure I finish the Gashboy properly. Oh, not enough coins. Some sandwiches. It's a good time. School year starting? Yeah, for my buddy too. The one I was playing Magic with there. He starts Thursday, I believe, so. I, once again, had thoughts about going back to school, and I'm just like, I don't need to, but maybe I'll take some, like, night courses or something, or just do a lot of practice on my own and see what's up. Let's go. Stream of Tears. It's been a while. You got like one of the, like my courses, what I took were, I don't know if it's different where you are, but college here is like, usually you're training for a specific thing in Canada. So if you go to college, you're going to be a welder, or you're going to be a digital artist, or a Foley booth, or a nurse, or something like that. So they'll give you your course schedule, and usually have a couple slots where you can choose different times, but generally you're doing like an 8-hour day, 5 days a week, to get your course load as fast as possible. But if you go to university, you get to choose your course load and how many courses you're taking per semester, and then you have to manage yourself if it's like can fit. So it's like, oh, history's a 3-block course from 9 a.m. to noon, and then if you wanted to take an art course that started at 11, you wouldn't be able to take it unless you were able to work something out with the teachers or whatever. But so a lot of people have really weird days where it's like, oh, I go to school from 8:30 till 1 p.m. and then I don't have a course till 6 o'clock, and that kind of awkward scheduling. So not a fan of the university system, but college system I quite like in Canada here. Clear's still snoozing. What up? Like it when my time is used efficiently. Oh, yeah, the him just posting the tired eyes of the new crew showing up immediately. He's fighting a losing battle at his current pace. New school systems, so I could choose what classes I have for the major instead of the one which is just general. I see. Yeah, the university system, like I think the university system is better for kids coming out of high school. Like if you're going right from high school to college, because it gives you a little bit more time to like explore and see what you want to do actually. Like since the first year is usually like general stuff that's like, oh, you're just taking basic math or an art history course or like a movie review or cinema or something like that. Those are nice to explore your interests a little bit, but for somebody like me, when I went to college, I took a year and a bit off to work and save a little bit more. So I was like, I wanted to do this. I wanted to work in games or movies or music, and I wanted to work with my art. So I went to the digital multimedia course, which was just like, come here, work all day, every day, do lots of homework. You'll get your talents trained up fast, and you'll get to work with what you want. So it was good to speedily get me on board. And yeah, I'd totally donate some free time to work on assets for KU if you wanted. Like I work good when I have a reason to do stuff, so if somebody's like, I need you to finish this in 2 weeks, it's like, cool, I can do that. I can easily save those. I can easily put my time towards something, but when I don't have a clear or specific reason, I tend to just dawdle on a lot of stuff, so I kind of want the milk. Always love the milk. Done a bit of pixel art, just not lots. So my logo and my profile picture and stuff are all of that. I'm gonna hear a noise, but almost got enough for an enhancement. Leveled up in the middle of the special. Yeah. Upgrade. That's good size. Damage. Size. Wow. Make a collab before I get the super collab? Sure. Yeah. Get back here, yeah, dude. Sure, why not? Oh, that's a lot. He actually takes a little bit of crit, so put that there. That might have just been because of the one of the things, but let me turn Rob up a little bit.
I mean, not busy schedule, but I've got a bunch of things to do anyway. One of them is hopefully get this repaired. Look at this mess. I wonder how long that would take. And can I get it?
Oh, his wrap.
Yeah.
I gotta get some new handle grips for my bike too. Being a heavier guy puts a lot of unexpected wear on my bike. But even when I'm in good shape, I'm still pretty like thick. I'm like a 195, 200 kind of range. But when I'm significantly heavier than that, my bike's parts wear out faster. Shocking, who knew, right? Tires wear out faster. The sprockets on the gears wear out faster. Chains break more often. A lot of force being put on them, so. Ow. Damage. Yahoo!
What did I eat yesterday? Did I even eat last night? Oh yeah, I did. Maybe we'll see Tim today. Who knows? Is he working on Tuesday? Wednesday? Tuesday? Let's go.
Anniversary weekend.
What do you mean finally? I am always on the back.
It is strangely satisfying to make all of the enemies multicolored.
I want to buy the expensive headlight that clips on here and doesn't rattle around.
Cooldown's like the only one that I don't think helps this one. Good damage, I'll take. Ow, ow.
Very awkward because of the
Both these guys together. Ah. Ooh. Ooh.
I don't think Tim has been on Twitch since that day.
Ooh. And stop spotting already. Ow.
Enoshima is nice. There's tons of stuff to do there. Like swimming with the sand goes
Ooh, yeah, I can use those glasses.
maybe the one out in Cuba is really good.
Ow, 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 ow. This one's good. Faster.
I hear the alert.
Oh no! Ah, the bomb's coming, damn it. Okay.
Oh, why is there a song playing? Bro, what is going on?
Gorilla Paw, let's go for that one.
Too early for that. Thank you, T-Bone. When did you send that? Oh, at the same time. I see. Need Kev to confirm the re... Bro, I sent DM to everyone. Holy, can you... Wow, this is way too early to get triggered. Hang on a minute. Let me research.
Rob just getting pissed off by his chat 20 minutes into his stream. Yeah, that was not a good escape route there. I'm not sure why, but the way the sides came in was really like long. And yeah, getting hit by the explosions and all those guys at the same time was not a good way to survive that. Get rid of all the shrimps faster.
I wouldn't disagree. Anyway, I'm not addressing this again. I'm telling everyone in chat for 20 months. I'll call chat that Tracy today. She's busy right now. I know. I swear, if you're gonna buy that, you have to have done today.
Ow.
Take my money. I was going to donate $5 million. Yeah, but now all you get is this.
Fair call. I wonder what the PayPal would do if you tried to do that. If you actually had it in your bank account. What's the biggest donation ever happened on Twitch?
Ooh. Give myself a little barrier for the chickens. Come on, chickens. Oh, that was it. Okay.
100K? Why can't I hear the
Ooh.
Thank you, Hanu. Maybe it finished actually.
A little bit of hitching.
$1 million being so small to be a bit too big, no time, stuff in info. I using a character on my server. Ah, crap, I went the wrong way. Whoops. Do I just turn around? Thanks, Anon. Chop chop. I'm gonna go to the regional one. Is it open today? Yeah.
Ow. Uh-oh.
Dream Elements is bugged.
Oh, yeah.
This donation is actually $15 trillion, but you can't show the many zeros.
Oh. Thanks. Guys, I'm retiring. See you, suckers.
What do I want with curse?
Turns out I hated you. Oh, wait.
Why didn't I give it cooldown again? That's annoying.
I think my timeout doesn't work anymore. Nope, it does.
Cutting board does not go with those. Another just sausage.
special Tuesday stream, actually, you're right.
You get the
Pretty rare.
crew sticker.
I'm not, tomorrow's
I'll leave it for now. Yeah. Perfect.
Now, which road do I take?
Patiti nouveau.
Gaming has
French
amazing way of
ads.
bringing people together. It could also be really expensive. So my type of banking helps you save your money with no fees and unlimited transactions. Like a TV, get a student checking account with
Rob, I don't want to watch ads on your channel. I should subscribe for September, but I'll do it later.
Or whatever your type of thing is. Click to learn more.
Voici le nouveau document avec 72 heures de protection plus soin pour que vous puissiez oublier vos aisselles et être inoubliable. Le nouveau document. Oubliez vos aisselles. Soyez inoubliable.
I used that too early, but whatever. The Smash Mouth guy passed away, I think, today. Or nearly today. Actually pretty sad, because like, as much as the joke about the music, it's like catchy as hell. And it's one of those things that's just so pervasive. It's always rough when talented people have issues going on that they don't share. Hell yeah. Ow. Damage. Actually, knockback might not have been a bad idea, but... It is what it is. Find some... Nuts? What a banana? What up too? Taking that size. Ah, projectile. The stab I struggle and never get on the other playthroughs. The fuck did I take the axe? Oh shit. Okay.
Damn TT or what?
No instant death this time, please. Let me kill a couple of these guys and then. Ow, wow, 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 wow. Ow, wow, wow, wow. Okay. Oh, there was boxes up there. Hell yeah. Mention size, I'm okay with both of those. Nope, killed him. Okay.
Plus 228 grams of whey protein, which I probably got like. Thank you, Kyle. Yeah.
What, can do this one now? Fuck yeah. There we go. No, I don't have the hammer. Oh. Okay. Fuck's the hammer?
Amazing.
Somewhere over there. Go find it. Ah, there we go. X. Sweet.
It's a real banana shake, you know. Look how thick it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe so.
Yeah.
American medium price as well.
Yeah. Happy dog. Damage. Whatever. It's fine. I'll take it. I want to go with the axe. I want the bardiche. Not a bad weapon. Goes well with my mostly front side attacks here. Yeah, hell yeah. Air double hit. Oh, idle song from Bardiche. Yeah, oh, I took it. What the fuck? Damn it. Just, I assumed it was gonna be the idle song. I'm stupid. Okay, fine, let's do this now then. I'm doing a weird build. So that'll make Bardiche, and then do I want another collab? Do I stick lightning water? And then Aki comes out in Street Fighter at the end of the month, so I get to play the freaky, scary murder poison girl, which I'm actually pretty into, so I'm looking forward to that. Cooldown. Something. Cooldown? That's okay.
Neil, I wonder how many calories in a mega of those. People are wild.
Bardiche, let's go. Also, I finally saw that Suisse used the Bardiche in one of the latest holographs. I thought they just made that up for some reason. Like a super powered version of her axe, but
Yeah, maybe? Little more I don't want to go down here. How do I not go down here? Damn it! I think I go
Mom's getting lost. Just big swings in front of me. little out. Credit card?
Nope. Maybe here's better.
Maybe I should go for something to save my life a little more. Breastplate.
Now, there was a super secret bike parking spot I seem to remember.
I don't accidentally die. I can't believe how many of my last, like, 10 runs have been deaths. It's been, like, out of the last 10, like, 6? It's like been a bad streak of these for sure. Then my changing my sleep schedule from gremlin wrong inverted night day thing to proper sleep schedule and then it's late. Makes my brain tired. Gotta stream earlier then. Ow.
I wonder what the line for the lookout tower is right now.
Ah, sapling, you killed me last time. I wasn't paying attention and you fucking snuck up on me, you son of a bitch. Dead. Good.
Let's go.
Good riddance.
My goal is to see.
Damage? Sure.
I see some rifle thingies.
Oh, here comes the projectile. Good shit. My other bane of existence. Yeah, projectiles are gone. More haste. Good.
So chill. I don't know if it's because it's everyone's been really polite to me here. I suppose
Alright, midnight bands, do it. They pop up and I'm gonna use my special to freeze you in place once you jump. I'm a little sad she wasn't on top of the garlic, but for the elite cooking.
roll the paper.
Yeah, there we go.
Thank you, Stereo, for the
Treat your foreigner? I don't know what that was.
shout.
Our streak is beaten. Yay.
Was it a good time? I want to be at Tokyo Station by 5 p.m. Minecraft box. I wonder if it's nice to walk around this little inside ring. Time to eat. I just had a banana thingy.
Look,
Dude, this
bro.
might be my Thursday ritual. Banana shake and
So the new girls don't
banana shake.
debut
and
for a couple of days, right? Like a week away from now, I think, something.
That's a good ritual to have.
I know they're music focused mostly, but okay, I gotta take some eye drops.
5 p.m.
Take a short little break. What's up, Sneaky?
If I want to go to, I guess I could just go that way. Sure.
Eye drops.
I did 5 days in a row streaming. That's pretty good. salad place in the building next to it? Next to the banana one, or next to the government building?
Yeah, I'll be right back. Oh, they already did an intro? Or like they already did a couple videos or something? I only saw posts like 2 days ago. And then they're like, they're debuting! And I was like, what the fuck? Very fast. Very quick.
Any subathon tomorrow? Wait, what? Yeah, everybody here going left, I wonder. This guy feels like, you know, the guy behind me.
They posted a little template for what your first impressions of them were. And my first impressions were, how do I say,
Stop randomly on the road like that.
purely visual, but
Old Rob streamed hundreds of days in a row? No, I didn't. I didn't stream every day. Not hundreds.
Reek last debut song. Okay, I'll take a look at it later.
Young Rob. I like how confusing the terminology is, you know? Like, old Rob could be me or could be the earlier me, which could also be the young Rob. And the new Rob could also be back then or now. Who knows? It's open to debate. Am I having fun streaming every day? You know, probably the biggest part of my consistency. What is that like? Whoa. The biggest part of the consistency is my schedule planning. This guy ran in circles. What a funny looking bag. Old Rob was great. Now we have old Rob. Pivot to content corner. Yeah, and my new form of content is drinking and then throwing the trash on the ground and then encouraging others to do it. Only foreigners though. It made the news. That's how popular it is. That is not news. Is it depressing in the morning? Most of the degenerates have cleared up, honestly, but it's kind of inspiring to see there's like a mini army that comes out for volunteers to clean up the place. Every day. Every day. It's wild, right? It's a weird vibe. Yeah. It's a weird vibe. It's the same vibe as when you
Oh yeah?
stay up all night playing
I
computer games.
happened to just come across them on Twitter, one of their things.
That was a good time.
Yodoshi O Owl. Her hobby is drawing and her profession is also drawing. Manga artist who loves solitude or so the people around her think. She tries to play herself off as cool and aloof, but beyond the surface she is quite the otaku. She cares a lot about how she is perceived, which is why she is always dressed immaculately in public. How she is at home, though, is a Pandora's box. That's the one I called Tomboy Crony in my first impressions thing. Let me look it up. You know, I can pull it up on screen, because that's easier. And fucking, I love Spider-Verse. Those good-ass movies.
My best sleeps usually come from when my body clock is very consistent.
But just because I love showing it off, because his stuff is super dope. If you haven't seen John with a Q, Harold with a Q, John Harold, he does these amazing little pen drawings, and he been doing cutouts and little animations lately. They're really good.
Hey, can I have a quick
I enjoy interacting with his stuff quite a bit.
I need to test something.
Where is my... Aha, here it is. My first impressions of them
I may have got
had Kiwawa's little sister, Tomboy Crony, older Ina with twin tails, Hachima's fan, and Kanata's rival but bigger. You know, the plain and simple stuff. But Tomboy Crony was immediate thought, and I was like, oh, they got the same kind of hair, so they probably got the same kind of voice and vibe, is my guess. I don't mind more deep voice girls though. I'm sure that's more relaxing than trying to put on like a high pitched voice.
oh functionality.
And I enjoy deeper voices too. Snuffy, when she showed off her real voice for the first time, I was like, ooh, that's really nice. And then she's still just as much of a gremlin as she ever was, so didn't really change too much. I didn't want to go back to Muna because she fucking doesn't move fast enough, but I'll do it. Take some defense and I'll beat this level. Get her Gachikoi done, and then I don't have to deal with it. The moon does make a very satisfying sound, though. I like it. It's like a sonic sound effect or something.
Hey guys, if you're in charge of Tokyo planning, where would you put the anime headquarters building? If there was such a thing.
Diver City. Diva. And I'd put all the Gundams that they've built there.
Okay, let me rephrase the question. Where do you think the logical place to put it would be?
I must reply to him. Oops.
The trash can. The airport. My showroom. Saitama for tourism.
Saitama for tourism. Huh?
Close the tower. Close the airport makes sense. But,
Ibukuro?
any of those other suggestions.
Not the worst place it could be, I guess.
They're making a headquarters for anime. Kind of funny in itself.
I'll turn him up just a little more.
Not to mention, Ikebukuro has the Animator headquarters. It also seemed like a strange choice for me too.
Yeah, Ikebukuro is like
Akiba's the second
fancy.
most visited place, right? Not the most visited place for weed stuff.
Ow. Uh-oh. A nice subtle Easter egg. The retrieved piggy bank. Fuck you, Jared Little Healer. Haven't been calling you out much lately, but fuck you. There we go, he's dead. Yagoo. Come here, buddy. Give me your delicious sticker guts. Damn it.
Cheaper to build an Ikebu? Yeah, I think so. I think you know what you need for, like, what are you gonna show them? I don't know how much space you need for like this.
Fuck Healer. Your guts. Hate it.
So many, they're not overtaking the policeman. The most BL stuff here, though. Wait for the lights.
Sure. And I saw a couple other people streaming HoloCure when I was just like looking, and then got rated in a couple of other places. And people play it without sound. I'm like, I could probably see without music, but no sound seems like torture.
Let's see if there's any, man, those cyclists passing the taxi like that kind of scary. When the door is open. Let's see if we can get into hot toilets.
Yep. Like the audio cues I find alone for like hits and bosses dropping and stuff like that are really helpful. Like the arrows, they're a nice addition, but the audio cue is usually what triggers me more for it than the arrow. Like I'm generally looking pretty close across the screen when I'm playing, so I'm not really like missing that stuff dropped. Unless it's super chaotic, hectic stuff going on at the last couple minutes, but hits, pops, and different noises when different things drop, or you kill an enemy, or you get hurt. Like I can't imagine playing without those. No. I mean, I guess I could take it. Fuck it about it. It's the first collab. Super collab item that showed up in time, so the one I'll take. That's like, to me, playing Street Fighter without sound. Like, you could do it, but there's a lot of information that comes through the sound. Even the like disability modes for people that are like blind, because there was a blind dude playing an Evo. Stop it! Oh, the movement motherfucker. He's dead. The guy actually got pretty far just playing with like sound cues, complete blind with a blindfold and like no eyesight at all. Yeah, Guitar Hero with no sound. I could almost see it if you had some kind of vibration set up, but like, oh, it's just why it can't be fun to be like bzz, 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 to like not playing real music basically.
Oh, this is Toy Sapien. Is Toy Sapien the same as Hot Toys?
Fossil, I know Fossil. Also, the music in this game is just good. Like, I don't know why you wouldn't want to have the music on at the very least. Die, healer, die.
Yeah. NPC? No, it's a pocket.
Oh, fuck.
I think it's not the first time I see
I don't want it. That's the super collab I hate the most. Or sorry, super item I hate the most.
Yeah, look, there's some acrylic stands. There's wanted posters with the characters instead.
The live action ones? That's fun. I gotta give that a watch. Like, if nothing else, they picked perfect casting. Even if the show itself is like, still doesn't work as a live action, but the One Piece casting is fantastic. They look like perfect for the characters.
Straw Hat Pirates, One Piece stuff.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of good stuff about it, and a couple bad things, but mostly regarding like the editing and stuff. Nothing about the acting or the look being bad. It's mostly the like color grading and some of the effects. But everybody says the characters fit really good, and the look of everything is really well done. So I'm curious enough to give it a look, despite my my non expectations for it. So
I kind of want to try. I kind of want to watch it though.
I just get tired as soon as I play this lately. I have to start streaming earlier in the day, but as soon as the sun's not like in my eye, so 1 p.m. basically. Cool down? I'll take it. Shit, I used it a little early. Hey, zombie bear, what up? Ow. Oh, whoa. Not healing that much. Ow. Ugh. That's cool. Oh.
Well, he's actually kind of cool.
She's so squishy. God damn it.
I've never seen a good Kamen Rider before. I feel like Star Trek is less hated than Star Wars. Because Star Wars is too mainstream, right? Star Trek is so this is kind of I don't hate it.
Stop it, the movement. No! Okay, there you go. Made it out. Oh yeah, the pronoun drama. Comparing it with Baldur's Gate 3, which just came out and is full of all sorts of LGBT friendly choices, like you could be with a bear, or a guy who turns into a bear, or a gay vampire man, or a hot buff demon devil lady, or whatever you want. And it's very like sex positive in a good way. And then you get Starfield, which is surprisingly sex positive, but I feel like the people who really like those games, like the Fallout and the Oblivion stuff, are different crowds, like Baldur's Gate and Dungeons and Dragons, and those types are very familiar with that, and they're very into that kind of thing. And then you get the guys who want to imagine they're fucking wasteland survivors, you know, cowboy justice kind of stuff. And then they're like, what a put a fucking he, her, they, them thing in my face. And I'm just like, oh, you guys are so lame. So lame and so boring. I don't get it, because I used to have really long hair, and I was a very pretty boy as a teenager, I should say. So long curly hair, and I dressed in skater clothes. I've had 20, 30 instances of people calling me a girl by accident, and mostly I go, I'm a dude, blah blah blah, and they hear my voice and they go, oh okay, I get it, and then I just move on. But people who are like, why do you want to be called this? It's like, oh fuck. If they correct you, just call them that. It doesn't bother anybody. I don't get the anger that people get with it. Like, they, them, it's nothing. And then the other ones are he, she, and like, it's just English language. There's no fucking, there should be no drama. People are just grifting it for cash, I would assume. Trying to push something for views and money, and it's disgusting how predictable it is. Although I've been seeing a lot of creators that I don't actually know very well, that are I've just seen like a clip of that bald-headed thumb-looking motherfucker. I've seen clips of him in a couple different things talking about something or other, but this is the first time I've actually like listened to and viewed a clip of him, and I'm like, oh, okay, so he's just a dumb, literal idiot. I never have to consider or worry about listening to his opinion ever again. It's just, he's a very, very not smart person. Same thing with Dr. Disrespect. I've never watched his streams. He always just kind of gave that douchebag vibe, his whole persona and attitude, and then like the games he played and the people that liked his streams always just kind of gave me the wrong vibe. So seeing him be like, I don't like their politics, their fucking CEO's got pronouns in his bio, I fucking don't like him, and I'm like, oh god. You wonder why they don't give you keys when you're like transphobic and bashing people who work at the company because they're supporting other people. It's just like, I don't get it. COD's a political ass game. You can't be mad that somebody has 3 choices for how they call you and say politics are ruining gaming when you play fucking COD.
Not my stream title. I mean the title of the tweet.
Yeah, right.
They actually.
I don't know, like, for me, my stance on it's always been that, like, politics is kind of inherent to art, period, and it's really down to if people are too ignorant to not understand the politics that are involved in making or the creation of that game, or they just choose not to, and like, that's your choice. You're more than welcome to not interact with the politics of any kind of given art medium, but like, when somebody makes something like HoloCure, they grew up with a certain type of game, they grew up with certain media, they exist in a certain sphere, they like certain things, they dislike other things, and that influences how they make stuff or what they make. So you can never divorce the politics of the people that make or produce art from the art that they produce, because it's part of what it is. Like you can't divorce that kind of thing. Yeah, conservatism is the worst for me. Like in Canada we have 2 or 3 main parties. We have the National Democratic Party, or not national, but something else. But Democratic Party, which is the NDP, and we have the CPC, which is the Canadian People's Conservative Party. It used to just be Progressive Conservatives, so I think it's Canadian Progressive Conservatives now. We have the Liberal Party, the Green Party, and then all the little parties. And the Liberal Party used to be pretty businessy and straight up, like government, blah blah blah, blah blah blah, do this. But it wasn't very left wing. But the CPC, the Canadian Progressive Conservatives, has been getting so far into right wing stuff that it's just like,
300.
you know, there's a meme that goes around sometimes where it's like people that say they want healthcare and good housing and good paying jobs, and then a bunch of KKK members, and then there's a dude in the middle who's like, can't we just talk about both sides? And it's like, no. Makes me mad, because it's like, you can't both sides something with like pure evil on one side and then here's what we should do to make society better on the other side. It's not a both sides issue. It's just, this takes no effort, hurts nobody, and it makes a bunch of other people's lives better to include them in conversation and media and art. And the other side is just like, no, they exist and that makes me angry. It's like, cool, I don't care about that person's opinion anymore. Their opinion shouldn't affect how things are made. But it's weirdly becoming like a weird like a badge of honor for those people to come out and talk and say stuff like, oh, you got pronouns? I don't want to talk to you. Go woke, go broke, blah blah blah. Like, see fucking Kid Rock screaming about beer because there was a trans person that was a spokesperson for it, shooting cases of it for purely in his videos, but then you catch him behind the scenes and he's just drinking it anyways. It's like, it's just a fucking grift. Like,
I'm surprised that exists.
trying to trick people to spending cash on them,
That's kind of
spending their
great.
time and their effort and their stuff to get your attention. It's just not worth paying attention to, or rather, it's worth paying attention to, if nothing else, to call them out on it and like interact with and learn how to avoid having to deal with those people properly. But I don't know. I can't understand the outrage for it. I don't want to. That kind of thought process is really hard for me to reconcile with, I should say. Like, I had a guy I worked with who I was quite good friends with, let's say before pandemic, and we had a pretty open and friendly workspace, so like a good amount of gay, bisexual, and a few trans people. And this was like 2017, so it was still kind of a newish, or rather not a newish, but like more public happening thing. And one of the people that worked with us was a woman from France, and she was a lesbian, and she was married for several years with this person until they were having troubles. They broke up, and she chose to transition afterwards. And friend, so there was nothing hard about just saying like, okay, cool, this is the name you're going by going forwards. Like, I slipped up obviously a couple times with like names or pronouns and stuff, because it's hard to go on a dime and change how you refer to somebody you've known for years and interacted with for years, but not that hard. Like I screwed up maybe twice, 3 times, and then you just kind of correct yourself after a while, and then it just becomes second nature. But this friend, the guy friend who I got along with quite well during work hours and off, but
Something I should have realized a lot.
he just had like something stuck in his brain where he's like,
Now I need to.
I don't get how transitioning can work. Like, she's a guy now, and it's like
Adam West Batman was hilarious. Yeah.
there's something in these people already from birth that tells them they feel a certain way and they want to be with a certain people or something, and like that's already there in them. This is just correcting their outer body to make them feel better and connect with that part of them that they want to be connected with, so that they feel normal. Like it's not about you and your interactions or what you think about it. Like that has nothing to do with what should happen in these things. It's just this is them doing something to make them feel better about themselves. Same thing with gay marriage. Like gay marriage should just be marriage. There shouldn't really matter which gender you're related to, because two guys getting married does nothing to anybody else. It doesn't make their marriage, somebody else's marriage, like less successful or less valid in any way. I just don't understand why people care about those things. Like, if people have marriage and love, why does that hurt your marriage or love? I don't understand it. It's baffling. Like, and I don't understand how people can try to lure younger people and like more impressionable people over to interact with them the way that would exclude somebody like that. Like, I don't know. The easiest way for me to like talk about it with somebody that is maybe on the fence is like put it in an allegory to something that is completely reprehensible by now. Yeah. Well, so they do in Canada. They've involved that for like hundreds of years. In the States is the place where that gets like tossed out. Like, if you're referring to the Bible, that's a whole other thing where it's not like prohibited in the Bible. Those people just don't know what they're reading and they don't understand it. Comprehension, but like willful misconstruing what they're reading to try to support their values. Like, the people that get mad about homosexual stuff and relate it to religion are the same people who think Jesus is probably white when he's actually like a Jewish Middle Eastern tan bearded man that would look like who they consider a terrorist to look like. So it feels it's so hard to take those people seriously when they don't interact with things in like a logical, realistic space to begin with. So religious side, I can't get through to those people. There's always fantastic like journalistic work, people going to like Trump rallies and stuff, and it's like, so if criminals break the law, they should be punished, right? Yeah, I agree with that. They should punish them harshly. Okay, so Trump broke the law here, but you don't want to punish him. No, he can't get punished. So that kind of logical misstep is never gonna get reconciled through talking, let's say. So unfortunately, the best thing you can do is make it normal and make it accepted and ostracize the people who refuse to bother to go along with it. Like, don't force them to go with it. Like, you can't change people's thoughts, but those people don't have to be interacted with. They don't have to be afforded the same, like, courtesy you deal with other people that are respectful or civil at the very least. Like, I spent weeks talking with that buddy from the old work about how it's like it doesn't affect you. It doesn't change anything about your life. It doesn't change anything with anything other than you just refer to them by the name they want to be named by now. And that there's a good chance that you'll probably see them dressing similar to you now, or like. But he just couldn't get it. And he's like, but that doesn't change this. And it's like, well, gender is a construct of humanity. It's not a concept that's written directly in like our genes or anything. Sex is, but sex is not as binary as it seems either. So trying to explain that to him, that those are two separate things. And because he's a very traditional dude, he married the one girl he dated in high school. They had a kid, they bought a house, and then he got into crypto. And then over the course of the pandemic, he just like worked from home with his family for 2-3 years. And I hung out and caught a beer with him before I came to Montreal here. Like, we just grabbed like a 6-pack and chatted and hung out for a bit. Yeah, crypto. So I'm mixed on crypto because I don't buy into, I'd say, 80% of what the crypto guys think about crypto. To me, it's like gambling on stocks. Like, there's 5 or 6 pretty stable ones, and I understand the concepts between like Doge, Bitcoin, Ether, Ethereum, and a couple of the other ones. And it's like, it's stocks. You're only gonna put in what you think you can lose. Yeah, exactly. Everything else is like a scam. So other than the like main 5, it's not worth it. You don't even touch it. Like, you're never gonna make money on it unless you're actively scamming other people. NFTs are the same thing too. Like, yeah, the rug pulls are just nightmares. Like, I made, I think maybe $300 or $400 on crypto stuff over the pandemic, but it was literally like,
It's not out of the realm of
oh, I got $50 extra this month. I'm gonna throw it in on Ethereum or Bitcoin, and then 6 months later it went up a couple bucks, and I pulled it out when I made more than I put in, and then I put $50 back in, just like I would do at a slot or something, where it's like $20 into the slots. Oh, I made 50. Cool. Take out the 50, put 20 back in. Then, oh, you made more money. Cool. Take it out, do it again. Or you lost it. Okay, cool. Get up, leave, go play poker, then do the same thing there. But I made a little bit of money on it, and then I went out, and then I didn't bother ever interacting with it again because it just got crazy and like absurd. But he got into crypto. He got into listening to Joe Rogan podcasts and listening in on a bunch of what I would call misinformation now, but at the time was just like speculation by a lot of people and not listening to the great people. But he came over, and I was like, "Oh, did you get your vaccine shots? Because you got a kid, like a little baby at home, and you got older parents that you do hang out with now that you're living with your mom and stuff again." He's like, "No, I'm not getting that poison. Fuck that." And I was just like, "What?" And you came over here not wearing a mask or anything, and I was like, "Jesus Christ, man!" And he's like, "I was like, have you got tested for COVID at all?" Because this was still pretty lockdowny, but like there was a lot more loosened up on the restrictions and stuff, where you could go to apartments and stores without having your mask on and things. But I still wore it because I just didn't want to get sick. I didn't want to make other people sick. I had a lot of old people living nearby me and stuff too. So, and friends that had immunocompromised immune systems that would be very sick if they got COVID at that time. So, and then we just had a hours long discussion about this stuff and him getting to a point where he's like, I just don't get it. And I'm like, I can't explain it to you any more plain than you don't have to do it because you believe that it's the best thing for you, but because not doing anything is like actively harmful to other people. Like, we had polio eradicated, we had mumps eradicated, we had Ebola eradicated, and we had smallpox and everything eradicated. And there are stuff and places in the States where those things are coming back because people are so anti-vaccine and they're like refusing simple safety measures like hand sanitizer or spacing or vaccinating your kids. It's like, ugh. We have solved these issues. They don't have to be like life-changing problems again. Basic human decency. That's all we need. It doesn't have to be complicated. It's frustrating, but I don't think it's I don't think they're gonna find themselves on the side of history that they'll consider correct the longer stuff goes on. Like mRNA vaccines, ever since COVID, obviously, like they're very interesting and very powerful, and the research that they got boosted through with them is going to become very, very, very strong in a couple of years for things like cancer or things that normally can't be treated with vaccines for immunocompromised people. It's something that could be helpful to people like me too, with like allergies and asthma and things that my body reacts to in ways that it shouldn't. Being able to give them like updated programming to say, hey, don't react to nuts, or if you do detect a nut in my food.
That might be pretty
Oop,
good.
oop, I should probably do a thing.
If you, yeah, record to get it.
It could program to suppress that reaction that I normally would get with nuts and foods. Doesn't have to be a life-ending, life-changing condition anymore. Not quite Star Trek cured cancer levels and stuff like that yet, but we're on the way to that. And I think the only thing holding us back in a lot of those practices and research is people's stupidity and greed for war.
I should,
You got it. Ow. Oh my god, it's already 17 minutes on this one? Goddamn. I haven't seen Halu yet at all. Maybe I'll just go without it.
I like how a lot of current anime are having better soundtracks.
Wait, what's your stream called?
Hey,
What's your stream
my
called?
shit is Rob CD.
Rob CD?
Yeah. You watch Twitch?
A little.
Who do you watch?
I mean, mainly just like games like TFT.
On TFT? Hey. I haven't seen TFT stream like that.
Live interactions with streamers.
I watch the recordings that go on YouTube.
Ah! Oh god damn it. Projectiles! No, don't kill me! No! Damn it! Luna, you're just so slow. God. Fuck.
There's 3K or so here.
Oh, that's actually pretty good.
Getting there. Yeah.
I have never played TFT. I've seen a couple people play it and I was like, it's not for me.
Yeah, I live here, yeah.
I'm not much of a League of Legends person. Like I like the anime, Arcane, and I like their music videos.
Pretty good.
I'll probably
You
like the
improved
fighting
my
game,
stream account.
but
I mean my view account. What was I gonna look for here?
god damn it, Luna,
Is this not the
you're crippling me.
Where am I?
Okay.
Oh, look at those costumes.
Yeah, like it's just gorgeous and well done, and like their music videos have always been super good. So like it's hard to not imagine them
Automatically
being
farming
very solid.
settings. It's too low effort.
Like I can't imagine them not producing a good show with it. Okay, I'm gonna take the fucking healing one because fuck man, just need speed up for sure. Outrun the basic enemies, even without Halu. Ah!
Dude, I'm surprised you're
But yeah, like the guys making the fighting game, I don't know if they called it Project L or something, but I can't remember which project it was. But they're dudes who worked on Street Fighter 4, which I really liked, and they made a free game called Rising Thunder. Then Riot bought them and had them start working on Project L like 6 years ago at least. Like
what one is this?
actually closer to 7 or 8 now,
Streaming.
and they've been working on that
Streaming.
at least till now, and they've had a couple different revisions for style, and it's moved from a Street Fighter style game to like a Marvel style game, but
So yeah, guys.
it still looks great,
Just use that any
and
time. That is so
it's probably going to be quite a good popular game because it'll be free, because that's how League does their stuff. And I have a strong suspicion it's going to be very like Street Fighter has modern controls where it's like one button to do your special. Rising Thunder kind of pioneered that. Remove the execution and just make it about people's reactions and instincts. And I'm pretty sure that's why Riot bought them to capitalize on their skill with that. So I have good faith that they'll make a good product. But I don't know if I'll ever be into it that much, just because it's fucking League of Legends stuff, so try my best, but I have a thing for crazy girls, so Jinx is always very popular whenever I get a chance to see her and stuff, so.
Parako, and then
What?
Julian.
Ah, fuck.
Am I gonna be late for stuff? What time is it now? Oh, only 4:50 now. By watching his Joseph.
Yes. I'm gonna bite. Die, you motherfucking cute baby spaceman. Yeah, Arcane actually made me care about the story of that world a little bit, and that's impressive enough to me. So it's not quite anime enough to push general audiences away. It's like a very pretty painting. Doesn't feel 3D, doesn't look like cringy anime, so it's the right perfect amount of additional audience stuff to really fit, I think, with a lot of people. I don't think it's gonna make League any more popular though, but most fucking toxic nightmare game on Earth. But oh, back, perfect. Oh yeah, Blacksmith, let's go. Yeah, people I worked with worked on Arcane, and depending where I apply to, it's possible I could work at that company as well. And I don't. It definitely wouldn't be on this current season because that's probably already done. Stop it, healer! Die! Or at least like the writing and stuff is. They'll be working on the assets, like, rendering pretty close to release. Ooh. Gosh, Muna. Level up faster, please.
TV this morning? It was yesterday morning, yo.
Go.
I read my piece and after you've downloaded all your notes, you're gonna cancel it. Oh, this morning again on TBS? Oh, they did it again? They did one yesterday. Double exposure. Rock 502, 502. RCD 502, but I can't say yet. It better be a pile of rubbish. RCD strafing patrols for drinking on the street in Sharia. Holy crap. So many acrylic stands.
Book stands are a weirdly popular item now too.
What's the 503? The 501? Is it 501? 503? This is kind of good. Oops. Batman, Elect Man, Fireman, Bomb Man, Iceman, and Guts Man.
Mega Man? Yo. Mega Man, Super Fighter Robot!
Dude, that's not real. Someone put that over me. Someone edited that.
Ace, yeah.
Zoom on this one.
Ooh, it's a big old Ryu. Oh, that's supposed to be Capcom stories then. Dope. Leon and Chris.
What's the music? Sounds like Bomberman. I never played Resident Evil. I don't think there's any Street Fighter 6 stuff like that. Why not? Why are they so slow with it? Hey. Whoa. Is this a
Stickers?
chip then?
Ooh.
Plastic model Dark Mega Man.exe.
That's cool.
Whoa, that's
Oh, I
kinda
want a
cool,
Mega
bro.
Man Gunpla. I love Mega Man. Net Mega Man.
The movable parts works well for a robot.
It's actually one of my favorite designs. I have a Blues Proto Man around here somewhere. I might have actually left that in the like box of desk toys I sent home because I didn't want to like bother taking it out here. Space-wise problem, you know, when you move, but I fucking love .net. Mega Man EXE, whatever you want to call it.
How much? Oh, I didn't see.
Zombies, you're the worst. I always lose to the zombies in this level. I don't understand why. Well, actually, I do understand why. They're faster than me in later minutes.
Begin with the human. Begin with how they feel. Craft
It's been in like 6 car commercials. I see him all the time in like any Japanese movie. Fuck you. Fuck you, motherfucker. Die. He's always like the token Japanese actor. He's a good actor, but he's in car commercials so much it's kind of funny to me. Oh.
Yeah. $200 or so. Public intoxication is. What does that mean, though? No being drunk? How do you measure that? I'll see. I'll believe it when it comes out to be real news. That family must have
I'll take damage.
I don't know. I never played either of them. Chris Redfield, Leon S. Kennedy.
Keeps alive too.
I wonder what Jump's biggest franchise is. Probably.
He's watching. If he's playing Street Fighter, watch him. I think he's probably doing Baldur's Gate. But he's been on a grind with lately. Hello! Oh my god, it's been a while. Alright, if I can level up enough before the zombie wave at like 18, 19 minutes, probably beat this level.
What's this?
Yellow bucket.
Undead.
I don't know what that is. Oh! Undead Unlock! Cool.
Let's go. Looks okay. Mega Man is called Rockman in Japan, and this is a collab with something called Gote, who apparently likes to make hamsters. So they made Rockman.
Okay.
It's pretty cute, I must say.
It is pretty cute. Hamster Mega Man.
The energy capsules are full of sunflower seed. I go down this way, probably. If they had a Captain Falcon one of this, I would buy it immediately. They're not amiibos,
Get
right?
out of here. Fuck you.
Unless they were super limited. Turns into scalp. I mean, they're going to the showroom for now. I'll give it a rest, I think, for a few days. Give myself a little vacation. Tetris, yeah, Tetris killed me yesterday. Pichu, Pikachu, and Raichu thing. The world's #1. 3. It's tagged on. It only has 2 USB-Cs out.
Man, I would buy too much shit if I was in Japan again. I had managed to hold myself back last time because I was basically backpacking there. So I didn't buy too much unless I had a place to store it. And damage
They
you.
they also make cheap, crappy products as well. So,
And I would win crane game prizes and buy certain snacks. Specific statues some of my friends wanted. And I would put them in a duffel bag that my friend was storing for me. And then when I came back, fuck you, bear, die faster. Rip in peace. Ow, 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 ow.
what is this?
Oh, why is the movement so slow? Stop it! Oh no, they're gonna get me! Oh. Yes. Something next there. Good book. Ice. Glow stick and ice. Axe. Some nice art.
That's
Cool down.
He's an artist. Of course.
Stop it. Giving me bad enhancements on these items.
Mr. DNA.
Oh, the movement, motherfucker. Get out of here. I'll keep back.
Consistent with
Get away! Give me a regular anvil. Decided to go for the glow stick. Oh, or rainy water. Oh, ow, 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 ow. What the fuck? Velociraptors and T-Rexes. That's a cool little random art exhibit in the mall. Is it all Jurassic Park themed? It is. Jesus. I thought it was like an art, a little random art exhibit. No, it's actually like a sponsored corporate one. Oh my god. Ow! Hit that. I don't even understand how with the damage reduction they're still doing nearly killing me. Like, unless they got like crit damage coming in or something. Oh. Oh god, damage. Heal, heal.
The raptor noises are from mating tortoises.
Look at that. Yo.
Thank you, Shadow.
Guys, that's fine.
Months. Love the stream. Keep up the good work. Thank you very much. And Roboto as well.
Have it. Yeah. Die.
I guess I take my life. It's easier.
Need the fucking axe.
Any
I do.
recommendations in Japan to go?
Wasted my rerolls.
Oh. What's this? Thank you, Kamikatsu. Chili beans, 35 cents. Shakes, hamburgers, toasted cheese, 50 cents. Oh.
What the fuck? Old American style?
Toasted tomahawk special, 25. Tuna fish salad, 15. Barbecue steak and fries. I'm starting to think this is not real product.
Probably not the real price. It looks like a American Western themed restaurant. Oh, it's for that movie, Asteroid City? Oh, that's funny.
A school teacher, a gifted
Oh.
comedian, war photographer, astronomical. What is this about? Asteroid City, the Addleton children, the alien.
Rob just leaves. Okay. That motherfucker. Die, Happy Cloud. Kill you.
Hotel, whatever that one is called.
Addicted to female. Yeah. That's max, that's max, that's max. Ow, what the fuck's hitting me? Axe!
Oh, fantastic Mr. Fox.
This size is okay. And I love that Mr. Fox. That's a good ass movie. Pretty good book, but the movie's just amazing. So funny, and so awkward, and stop motion is adorable. go. You beat Curse. Oh yeah, there you
It's
go.
also in Japan, so I guess there's some similarities.
Echo? Sweet.
And they see. Well played in the sea. They sell clothes. It's just union. They do have something.
Ow.
Let's have a look.
Alright, I'm at 16 minutes.
Maybe they have just union back.
No dying this time. Lots of healing. You got the defense boost. Got the He-Man. Taking lots of health boosts. Should be fine. You know, I take a couple hits, I should be able to tank right through it. The attack should be much higher by the time I get to 18 minutes.
First floor, second floor, use vinyl. Yeah, but enough doom. Even.
Record store. Wow. Oh, the damage, holy shit. Jesus. Alright, we're coming up on 18 minutes. Goodbye, Muna, you got the best stuff. Oh my god, the damage is so high, why? Why is it still so high? Crazy.
place to work, but the other side. When is the thingy? I'll take like 30 minutes to go. And
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
what will that be?
You can do it, Muna. Yay, Muna. Yay, Muna. Yay, Muna. Don't let creepy Muna get you.
Burgers going? Oh no, that's something else.
Whoop.
Something else.
Oh yeah. He had curse. Big damage bouncing around there. Saw that. Woo! Okay, I'm gonna give my eyes a break again. Christ. If I only have to do one more and I can beat Muna's thing, call it there.
They'll just ban drinking on the street if they do. How do you do that though? Like, where's the border? Man, that'll be a tough card to play. I'm not worried about me in that case. Like, fun stuff happens on Content Corner, but it's it gets old pretty quickly. This kind of situation.
Out of soil. Fuck.
Surely they'll just migrate to somewhere else, no? Wasn't the other month they were trying to get more people to drink to boost the economy? Right. Probably they meant inside only. To help the small izakayas and, family-owned ones. That's so true. Drink more to save the economy. Confirmed ban? No, they don't. There's nothing confirmed, really.
One more with Muna. I can do it.
News story.
Ugh.
Even after being warned to move, they didn't move. Shut up. That's not true.
Oh. Okay, short break. And then I will do this.
They have on that article were Japanese people sitting around drinking until 9 a.m. It's so bad.
Today,
Oh, good luck, Louis. Good luck, Carl. Holy crap. That was terrifying. that a drinking place? Maybe. It's not easy to get to or from though, unless you're taking a train. Thank you, Louis. Also, Kamikatsu. I think you're right. Thank you, guys. We need to cancel Halloween.
Miles! Win? Wanna get out of here?
I'm Spider-Man.
Oh, no way! All of us are.
Do I have web on my face? What's the deal?
You think they get any weirder? I guess they can!
Spider-Man across the Spider-Verse. Sip by sip, pour after pour. Only true filter fresh taste. So fresh, so clean. It's taste over everything.
Vous devez être à votre meilleur. Il vous faut un anti-sudorifique qui en fait plus. Voici le nouveau Doveman avec 72 heures de protection plus soin pour que vous puissiez oublier vos aisselles et être inoubliable. Le nouveau Doveman. Oubliez vos aisselles. Soyez inoubliable.
Accommodation-wise, I wouldn't stay anywhere near Halloween. Anywhere near Shibuya Halloween. You should find a hotel in Yoyogi. That's the best. You can walk to both very easy. Take a taco for 30 months. 30 months now. Yeah. Thank you, Moon In, for 21. Welcome back as well. Thank you very much. You call that a salmon? The guy cycling the wrong way. Oh, cycling upstream, I get it. Did you make that up yourself? Or is that like a... Is that a Dutch joke? I have some chocolates from Finland. Do you want them? Nobody wants to take my chocolate. I feel like it's these nuts setup.
Alright. Final Muna one, probably. Assuming I don't die again.
At Halloween, it's just a lot of drunk people. Nothing bad or crime-related happens. Two of those statements are wrong.
Get out of here, Piggy Bank.
So,
Yes, I am taking the healing one again, because I don't think I can do it without it.
and then crime did happen. So they
What has been the biggest struggle so far?
It got mega out of hand, and then some people, probably foreigners, flipped over a truck. And then that was the
It
end.
sounds like a Pretty, pretty non-Japanese person thing to do.
People pre-gamed it. Yeah. People still have alcohol.
Be the healing lab, let's go.
Generally speaking, yeah. Alright, fair. Your sentiment was accurate. A contract like that, I think. Oh, mini mode. That's crazy. District? I guess it's still technically severe, too. The carpenters were just exercise enthusiasts.
So let's do it. Woo.
Look, our flippers were mostly Japanese. Really? I always thought it was Polish. Huh. It seems I got swindled and switched by the media. Here's a clip of it. On YouTube. Man.
Yes. Oh.
I really don't want to become jaded. Thank you. I really don't want to become jaded and like, what's the word? What's the word where you have a constant sense of the victimization? No, I don't think that's the right word. Disillusion? Victimization. Being a streamer, Reddit user. No, I like you know, this is probably my first experience of kind of blatant, is blatant even the right word? A kind of unbiased attention. Not me personally. And I have like this kind of sense of injustice, you know? Which is fine in this case because it is unjust and it is it's unreasonable.
Both of those are like the exact opposite of the one I want. Or
How I view living here, you know? Does that make sense? I don't want to approach every situation from the viewpoint of that I'm being treated unfairly. don't think that's helpful. Yeah, I said jaded, yeah. Thank you, Kelly
Uh-oh.
King. What's up, man? What's the song?
I go for milk.
You are
Or
embrace the victory.
defense.
I said in this case, it's fine to feel like injustice because it is unjust. How you doing, man? A decent chicken parma? Yes, there is one place I know, and anime man told me it's the house in Rapunzel. Not the house, Hobgoblin. Eh? The Hobgoblin? Is that what it's called? Hobgoblin. Oh, yeah. It's good, and the price is. It's not like perfect. There's no little slice of ham in there, but under the cheese, but it definitely fills the need. I've been here a couple of times. Yeah, maybe 2 times on this year. Slice of ham. Yeah, it's, in my opinion, a top tier parma as a chicken cutlet, of course. Too late. You're already good. Just please go. It's a learner and a rental car. so you need space for them.
God damn, she just takes so much damage. She's not fast. Ah.
It is. It is a chicken cutlet, and then on top of that is a slice of ham, and on top of that is tomato sauce or whatever, the salsa, whatever you call that. On top of that is cheese. What a nice song, by the way.
I think he's thinking about
Whoa. A Sunday roast. Sunday roast, not quite traditional Aussie, is it? It wasn't in
Bless
my
him. Goggles.
diet.
Okay. Will succeed this round. I don't have to struggle with her more. Oh god, it got me crit on the fucking goggles again. Or on the fan meme.
Sunday roast down in your Film me again. Next we're gonna make up a story about Uber Eats ruining traffic or something, and I'll be the feature.
I'll take a Psycho X. Perfect.
It's only weekends, I think.
Luna, you're too slow. Oh my god, that was like 50 off of one hit. Oh my god, she's almost dead. Jesus. Why?
I wonder if I'm just gonna never replace this camera in my lifetime, you know? Like, it's so clearly still dead, and also it has nice features like waterproof and good sound, and it, like,
Oh no, I'm gonna die. Ow. Luna, you're so goddamn squishy.
A newer version? Maybe. They could. Thank you. Okay.
Fuck, she can't outrun them. Oh my god. Ugh, ah.
Oh, sure.
Stage 1 hard is easier than S4 hard. I agree, it totally is. I beat stage 4 though, so but like a lot of these ones I've
Replacements have those features? Yeah.
easily beat stage 1 hard, but Luna's downfall seems to be the same in a lot of these where she just isn't fast enough to outpace them. I don't seem to get a lot of movement upgrades when it's still full items and weapons and stuff, so I've been trying to build them up as fast as possible and leave me as many options to get a couple speed ups, but not yet. But yeah, I totally agree that stage 1 hard is easier than stage 4. It's got that feel to it. Hit right? That's okay, I'll take that. Another special, let's go.
Maybe they'll
I could do potato. Oh, potato and axe don't go together. I'm stupid. I was thinking of bucket and axe. Fuck. I'm a dumb idiot. Okay, let's go. I got it now, so I gotta take it.
Zero chance of that being waterproof though. It'd be so scary in the world. 20 years ago. Shake it up.
movement speed is just bad. Yay, stickers. Ah! Get the fuck out of my way, Bubba. No! Oh, they're gonna beat me. Oh, their speed's rough. It's probably the good way to do it. But at least till I get the gacha toys, I'm gonna rely on the collabs a little bit.
Shut up and take my money. In these hard times.
Thank you. Biased media man. Oh god.
Yeah, that was the thing. Is like I felt like her damage is pretty good, but her defense and her speed is brutal. Like the solo weapon run seems like a pretty good idea to get that into a good spot. Ooh, game taking pity on me. As long as it's not the fucking sake. All right, okay, this is unlosable now, I think. Super Chicken Feather should make this impossible to lose now. Yeah, I shouldn't be able to lose, right? Unless I purposefully, like, dive into the crowd 5 times. But we'll see. The projectiles, they shock me how much damage they do every time. I feel like they must have upped projectile damage in this update, because they can obliterate you if you get hit by 5 or 6 in a row. Yeah, let the Hoovers consume me. One thing I'm good at, hubris. Alright, so. And I love the Brat Wave. It's like a break in the middle of this whole thing. Just obliterate them like nothing. Slow. Listening to Linkin Park? Yeah, fuck it. I got the feather, I don't need to do speed now. My stats go up when I die. Yeah. Yeah, I'd only ever use that if there's like stage 4 hard is like all projectiles or something. Like something fucking super annoying. Like it's just legit a Toho level the whole time. Ugh. Then I will take that projectile food. I just wish the items that nerf projectiles were like better. Like the HoloLive or the Great Wall of HoloLive or the Absolute Wall. That's like still just a bad collab. To like get real good damage out of it, you gotta spin so it hits multiple times. And enemies and projectiles just go through it like 10% of projectiles is not enough to justify that collab. Damage size. And the pacifist stamp, formerly the stud stamp, used to be. I feel like it triggered more often when it was stun only, but when it's supposed to erase projectiles, it's like a lot of the characters' moves aren't really like suited to actually erasing projectiles, since they're like single hit swipes. So doesn't help much there either.
The average age of my chat, I actually don't know. I was sure it would be late 20s. Maybe 28 to 32.
Rob.
We're all 29. Late 1920s, bro.
Yeah, absolutely. Those are the two that like seems the best on, where it's like they're just chunking out like projectiles, but then you get like Moon and it's like, what Moon? Oh, it erased 1 out of 50 bullets. It's like not. Oh,
Is that the 5 PM bell?
give me that. Give me the tea.
Oh, there's a whole media crew there.
Kind of disturbing lack of stickers this run so far.
Yeah, it seems like a TV show. Filming. Good old crew.
Something more size. Ew. The worst one. Whoop. Oh my god, Muna. Can't outrun the fucking owl. Ah!
Dude, this is not real though. I kind of don't like this one. It's a fake one.
Me projectile or cooldown? Oh my god. How is her damage like not erasing some of these things already? Oh my god. Ah! Ugh. Like I went back to Fauna and it stunned me how much faster Fauna was. Like she procs her healing thing that gives you the little speed boost all the time. And she's just, oh god, consistently faster. There we go. Okay. And I even had the fucking 300 HP and I'm still dying. Yeah, she's gonna die again. How is she so goddamn squishy? Yeah. Kill them. Kill them actually, please. Man, how are their hits so damaging? So damaging. Couple speed ups at least if I could dodge through the gaps properly.
I do too, we were both old. No, people with taste have a very broad range of music interests.
I wonder if he'll take a break after like 5 or 6 gens to add like HN and Nodaka as like playable characters or something. The secret generation. The staff. Genma and Enma as like vague instances that cover 10 or 12 people. Achan and Nodaka could be like the exact same character except the bouncy ball and flattening board are increased between the two of them. Pick the Joshi up. Ow.
It's so strong. Someone smells so minty. Dude, why is it so strong? I'll be going on a taxi.
Keep them projectile dudes dropping in. super boost the attack with increasing health, and that's like a defense buffer. And take attack as many times as I can take it. Get over here, babe. Hey, babe, I'm gonna get you. Yay. Ah!
Where is it, I wonder? Thank you. Sandwich. Think of the 1 year, man.
Yay. The hardest Gachikoi out of all of the characters I've done so far was her.
What is the anime lane story?
Pepper. Plant these peppers, and I'm gonna go to bed, and then I'm gonna try to come back up tomorrow and
Is it worth watching?
finish my demo reel, because finish editing that. And I will try to stream, but we'll see how long it takes me to finish the demo reel editing. Then, once I'm done Gachikoi here, I'm done. These are gonna be 1, 2, 4 left. So it could be 2 streams, could be 1 if I get successful runs on all of them. 6. Barney took 4 and Fauna took 6. And everybody else took 5. Okay. But once I've done this with the Gachikois, I think I'll probably stream Street Fighter and Resident Evil until I finish Resident Evil, because I was pretty close. I just stopped because a bunch of stuff came out. Then I will, once Resident Evil's done, I'll go back to Octopath 2. I'll finish all the extra shit there. What other games have I streamed that I have not finished? Let's see. I usually put them in playlists, so... Oh yeah, I gotta finish Saga Frontier. Valkyria Chronicles, I think what I'll do is I'll get it back on my PS4, and I'll rehook up my recording setup. Because the PC one was crashing like crazy. I couldn't get anywhere in it. Got a couple Civ 6 games to finish. I beat Metal Gear Rising already. One go. Your City Girls 2 depends a lot on my buddy when he's free. Did Final Fantasy 8 already. I finished that, right? I think I finished that. Oh god, I don't want to hear myself talk. Yes, I did. Okay. Okay, let's sort this by Did I not finish Yakuza 0? Shit, maybe I'll just restart that one. Fun ass game, I love it. Did FF4 with my buddy, so I'll probably redo the FFs because playing it by myself is a little different than playing it with my friend. Did City Girls 1, we finished that. Did FF1, 2, 3, 4. Done DMC a couple times. I don't think I ever finished Sekiro. Very close, but I think I just stopped. I can't remember why. But I should just go do that one again. It's good fun game. Ever finished Redemption 2? Cowboy horse game. Did Into the Breach, I should say. Finish Bloodborne. Finish Frostpunk.
Thank you. Guys, when I said
The rest of these I finished. Okay.
it's Chill Blues Brothers, I didn't mean all the
I got a lot of games on my my to-do list. So there's I put out a list of every game I've ever owned, and I started playing through it. I kind of lost track, so I might restart that sometime soon too. But I'm gonna do some art streams too, probably next week. So work on some personal projects I've been putting off. So enjoy some 3D modeler while I just chill and listen to like podcasts and streams and stuff, and do some modeling. After I beat HoloCure, I got you guys so close. So, all right. Have a good night, guys. See you later. No one realized after all the Narissa had their marriage stream. I saw that too. But I'm weirded out by their marriage stream to begin with, so I'll have to see some clips of that, because I don't know how long it is. I don't know if I'm gonna watch like a 3-hour realistic marriage thing or something, so I'll have to see how they're doing. But wow, oh god, putting me in a regular sleep schedule has made me not be able to stay up late. Have a good night. See you later, man.